Good morning, everybody. It's good to see some of you and see your names for others. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad after us, this is, I think, our third attempt, isn't it, to do this? After our third attempt, we're finally getting going on this. And my hope and prayer is that it will help us personally, help our churches be healthy, safe places, particularly for the vulnerable, for those with less power, and will be aware and alert and diligent in making them safe places. As well as for those who have been wounded, right? We want our churches to be places where people can process wounding from the past and find healing. And so I'm thrilled that Mike Sloan is with us here today to do our grace training. I thought I would start just with a personal story on this, and that is back, wow, almost 30 years ago now. I was on the staff of a church, not Free Methodist. This was before I was a Free Methodist, growing mega church. We had a dynamic, charismatic youth pastor. We were seeing people come to Christ. The youth ministry was a couple hundred kids. It was going beautifully, and the pastor was a pedophile. And when all of that hit, and I think talk about how we've come a long way. I mean, I couldn't even wrap my head around that at that point. There were no outside organizations. We looked for somebody to come help, and the best we could do was find a woman who'd written a book about her own experience who would step in and help churches. But there weren't organizations like Grace at that point. This was the 90s. And but the thing that I carried away from that was recognizing that I had thought I kind of knew what a pedophile would look like or feel like, right? Like I thought they'd be creepy and I'd be able to sort of pick up on it internally. And that just wasn't the case at all. And so certainly there were things we missed as a church. We had no training, right? We were oblivious. But all that to say is I'm thankful for organizations like Grace. I'm thankful that Grace is here to do training, and I'm thankful that we have learned more and more about this over the past number of decades. My thoughts this morning regarding, us doing this is when you look at the life of Jesus, he was he fought those who had wrong power, and he defended he defended the weak. And so that's really the heart of what we want to be talking about today is how do we be like Jesus to kids, to vulnerable adults, to people who have been wounded. And so I'm thankful that Mike is here to do some training. So let me pray for us all, okay? Lord Jesus, I thank you for Grace. I thank you for Mike. I thank you for our churches. I thank you for everybody who's here. And Lord, I pray that we would be attentive to your spirit today. And that we would be attentive to Mike's words today, and that you would help us know and understand how to see our churches be healing places, healthy places, safe places. Lord, help us to stay attentive to any thing that you want to point out in our systems, in our churches, in our people, that just doesn't feel right, doesn't smell right, or just needs to be changed for the future. Just needs to be adjusted and changed so that we can continue to grow to be more and more the places that you desire us to be, the body of Christ, where healing takes place in the body. I pray for Mike as he's got a lot of stuff to take us through today, and I ask that your spirit would be walking with him, and I ask that you'd be keeping all of us alert as well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Mike, take it away.
Thank you, Pam. I really appreciate it. It's really wonderful to be with you all today. I'm going to start my screen share. Can everyone see that okay? All right. So as Pam said, I'm Mike Sloan. I'm the Director of Safeguarding at Grace. Grace is a long, clunky acronym for Godly Response to Abuse in the Christian Environment. We are a Christian nonprofit ministry. We started in 2004. And since that time, we've worked with hundreds of churches on issues of training, policy development. We've conducted independent investigations and assessments, and we do a lot of independent consultation on a weekly basis with churches who are in the midst of very difficult circumstances. My background, just a little bit about me. I'm here in Virginia, so wonderful to be with you all. And as I understand it, most of you are in New York State, maybe a few in Pennsylvania. Wonderful to be with you. It is sun shining. The sunshine is beaming down here in Virginia, and I'm glad to hear reports of that up your way. My background is I grew up in the church, and in church, we didn't really talk about these issues. And I suspect for many of us, that's part of our experience. We didn't have firm policies. We didn't have a lot of training for many of us growing up in church. And then I entered into ministry, and I was a pastor, ordained pastor, clergy for 10 years in 2 different churches. And the reason I do this work, one of the main reasons, is that I was in a wonderful seminary and had wonderful ministry internships and training and entered ministry. And yet, just like Pam expressed a moment ago, I did not have deeper training and responsible training with the tools that I needed as a leader to support effective prevention and response in the community. So once I received training very early on as a pastor, once I entered ministry, that really shook me that we're not doing more in this area. And I sought out more and more resources and better training. And I was gripped by the need in this area. And so once I was able to gain more education, gain more understanding of these issues, because as a pastor, I understand and care deeply about churches, it was God provided a path for me to begin to work with churches and train churches. And that's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. So I review policies for churches on a weekly basis. I consult with churches, with my colleagues in the midst of difficult circumstances on a weekly basis. And I'm training churches again on a weekly basis. And so that's just a little bit of where I'm coming from today and where our organization is coming from. So it's a real privilege to be with you all as church leaders and meet you and help you continue the good work you're already doing in this area. Our simple mission at Grace is to educate and empower churches to recognize, prevent, and respond to abuse. And of course, that's going to be a key part of our training today. We're going to be working through some educational elements, certainly. Some of the things will be very familiar to you already. Some of them will stretch you and give you new categories and language, I hope. But certainly a big part of this is you're here in your role as a leader. And that's really one of our main goals for today, is that you receive empowerment and encouragement and support and practical tools for you to continue cultivating and shaping a culture of prevention and response where those are effective within your local church. That's our main goal for this training today. In any type of training, we need to begin with a conversation, a training about heavy topics, a training about abuse of power. It's important to just stop and take a moment to talk about self-care as we enter into this training today. So in a room, even a virtual room of any size, statistically, we know there are going to be survivors present. And it's very important for us as leaders to understand that we must respect a survivor's agency, essentially, their decision of when they talk about their personal story if they are a survivor of abuse. And so even though today we're going to have a lot of interaction, we're going to walk through a lot of scenarios and key questions together, and all of that will be voluntary in terms of your interaction and participation. It just needs to be said, first of all, that no one is going to be put on the spot today in terms of their personal story if you are a survivor of abuse. And for us as leaders, it's critical that we are not pressing or prompting people to talk about their personal story before they're ready to do so, in a place where they feel safe, where they feel they can trust the person they're ready to open up to. For some survivors, they're just never to that point, and that's okay. For us as leaders, we need to understand that dynamic and respect it. So I just want to say that at the outset, and to say, for any of us, even if we're not a survivor of abuse in one form or another, the weightiness of this topic at times will challenge us. And so we just want to make sure that we're encouraging everyone here to practice good self-care throughout. Nothing is more important than making your health and mental health a priority. So if you find yourself feeling upset or anxious or having a hard time focusing, if you just need to stand up and stretch and move around, that's wonderful. That's encouraged. We will take breaks throughout. There will be 4 main segments of the training today, but even if we're not on a break, please move around as needed. Take a break, stretch. And if you do just need to take a break, we're recording the training for this very purpose. You can step away and take a walk or go connect to something that is helping you be calm and find some rejuvenation. Now, that said, I've talked to trauma therapists about what are some techniques we can all use or be aware of that can help us stay calm when we're talking about hard things. And some of the ones that I find most helpful and simple are trauma therapists will say, if you just hold, I have some water here, very cold water. If you just hold something very cold or very hot in your hand, so some of you have your coffee or tea, if you just hold that in your hand, there's a physiological response in our bodies that helps keep us calm. Another technique is whatever beverage you have, if you have one, is to take a sip and swish it around your mouth and swallow. And it engages our physiology in such a way that, again, that very simple act can help keep us calm in the moment. Of course, we're all aware, I'm sure, of just doing some deep breathing or feeling our feet, putting our feet flat on the floor and focus on feeling our weight in our feet or in our chair or our back against our chair, whatever the case may be. Just feeling grounded in that way can help us stay calm and present. So use those techniques or others that you find helpful. And I will say that even with those techniques in mind, the goal of this training is not to have anything graphic or shocking that is intended to scare you or surprise you in any way. There's not going to be pictures of, children with bruises or anything of that nature. That said, we are going to have frank discussion of and examples of abuse of power in church settings. And so we'll talk through some very hard issues. But again, nothing will be intended to be overly graphic in any way. And I will end the training today with one more sermon on self-care as we leave this training, because you will need to attend to that and what your body needs and what your spirit needs and what your emotions are saying to you in the next few days and as you process a lot of the things you're hearing today. All right, and as we said, we will have interaction. Now, some of you will put some questions, I imagine, in the chat. I think Katrina and others are going to maybe kind of collect some of those questions. I will stop at various points and say if anybody has a particular question, now would be a good time. I'm going to prompt discussion, as I said, and certainly on a Zoom, like in an in-person training, I would encourage everyone to just raise your hand and interrupt, raise your hand and call on you and have a question, even in the midst of our training at any point. On a Zoom discussion, because I can't see the chat with the share screen, I do want you to encourage to put questions in the chat. I will encourage you to unmute and just say, hey, Mike, hey, Mike, and I will stop. And I would love for you to interject a question at any point. So most of you will probably not feel comfortable doing that, and that's fine. But as I said, we'll make room for questions throughout, and we'll make room for questions at the end. But you do have my permission to interject and say, hey, Mike, and then I'll call on you and we'll talk through the questions. Okay, one more preliminary thing before we dive in, and that is some of you are note takers like me. And there's going to be a lot of content today. And I just want you to take a deep breath if you're a note taker and be assured that all of these slides and the information on these slides is going to be made available to you so that you can go back to certain points or write down. You don't have to jot down every bullet point on a certain slide. These will be made available to you. All right. Anything else, Pam or Katrina, before we dive in? Anything else logistically? So as we said, will be 4 parts of this training. We'll take a break for lunch. We'll take breaks between the segments as well. So I will track that, and our first break is coming up here in about 45 minutes at 11. Anything else before we dive in?
Katrina and I can also keep track of, we'll try and flag if there's things coming in on the chat window. So for those of you who are a little hesitant to say, hey, Mike, we'll try and stay alert to that as well.
That's right. Absolutely. Okay, perfect. All right, everyone, here we go. So in part 1 of this training, we're just going to talk about some of the realities surrounding issues of abuse in the church and develop some common language, common definitions, and go through some statistics. Some of us are already well aware of those. And then we'll work on some recognizing common dynamics and basics of how prevention works in a church setting. And then we're going to end this first segment by talking through a particular framework that we found helpful to give to church leaders, a framework that helps us account for the main areas in our role as leaders for promoting or cultivating a strong culture of prevention and response within a church community. So that's where our first, now we're going to come to other key issues related to abuse in other parts of the training, like caring for survivors, like how do we recognize concerning behavior, tactics that those who abuse power use. What about issues of reporting and other response issues? We're going to come to all of those, but we're going to start here with these basic ideas. And I always love starting a training by putting these issues in the words of our Christian faith and using the words of Jesus. So very famously, Jesus said, in a particular context, warning about those who have leadership responsibilities in a faith community, but are bad actors. Jesus famously said, they come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. What Jesus is doing here, essentially, and I don't know if you've ever thought about it this way, Jesus is teaching basic abuse dynamics. If you listen to those who teach and research abuse, they will start to talk about the very things that Jesus is talking about here. Here, Jesus is talking about someone who is known by everyone in the faith community, someone who holds power and trust over others in some sort of leadership position. And he's talking about, yes, someone who has ill intentions, who is a bad actor, and who is targeting someone who's more vulnerable. But yet they're not openly showing their true colors. They are carefully cultivating a perception of themselves within that community. And they're living essentially what we would often call today, living a double life, such that the manipulation and the deception that's at work by that individual as a deliberate tactic within that community to hide their true intentions, to be able to operate in such a way as to target someone who's vulnerable, perhaps isolate them and prey upon them. Jesus is talking about someone who is using intentional manipulation and deception. And the key is that it's not just directed at the targeted vulnerable person. It's directed at within the entire community. And as I explain that and talk through what Jesus is saying here, again, that's exactly what experts or researchers on abuse will talk about today in terms of basic abuse dynamics. And this is the reality that we as church leaders have to account for. A lot of focus today in churches is on policies related to our kids programming hour or youth group hour, and that is absolutely important. But notice the dynamics here. This is about the life of the community and what's going on within the entire community life together. And so prevention and accounting for prevention, and certainly response would be included, how we think about it must be, in our view at Grace, shaped by these words of Jesus and this reality of someone who's known within a community, someone who's operating with intentional, calculated deception. And that is the reality of abuse that we are called to confront as leaders and work against within our communities. Jesus also famously said I'm sending you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Of course, we are to be innocent and not prey upon others as leaders, but certainly Jesus is calling us to more. And he's calling us to be wise as serpents, to be informed, to be educated, and to take an active role as leaders. In our view, that's what Jesus is calling to us to. Now, again, this is what abuse experts say today. One very well-known researcher, and her work is foundational to understanding these issues because she did the work of interviewing offender after offender after offender, those who have abused power against children and adults in communities like churches, in interview after interview. So Dr. Anna Salter said, look, it's precisely our lack of knowledge that gives predators their edge. That sounds a lot to me like Jesus saying, be wise as serpents. And to me, as a Christian, that gives me a lot of encouragement to know that Jesus has been saying these things, that we have these resources within our own faith tradition to draw upon, which is exactly what experts and researchers in the field are calling us to think about today. Dr. Salter, at another point in her famous book, Predators, not light reading, by the way, and not something you would read if you're focusing on self-care. But she says, look, offenders can recognize ideal settings for abuse, even if the rest of us can't. And that, again, is a hard reality to think about as a leader, that we have that depth of responsibility to educate ourselves to be wise as serpents about what are those dynamics within an organization, within an institution, that we as leaders are responsible for, that we can shape, that discourages offending, that works toward prevention, and certainly works toward holding any who abuse power accountable. There is another researcher, Dr. Jennifer Fried, and she has developed language that I think is just so wonderful and helpful. She talks about those within an organization who have suffered individually abuse of power, and how the institution has responded. If the institution responds to protect and hold others accountable, that is just a tremendous experience often for the survivor. And she calls the things we want to see organizations doing institutional courage. So she says, look, it's an institution's commitment, institutional courage is an institution's commitment to seek the truth and engage in moral action, despite unpleasantness, risk, and short-term cost. Now, as far as I know, she's not a practicing Christian, but to me, that sounds an awful lot like Jesus, seeking the truth, engaging in moral action, despite unpleasantness, risk, bearing the cost for the sake of others, to be protective, to be a place of healing. And she goes on to say, it's a pledge to protect and care for those who depend on the institution. So this is what we're called to as leaders and what we'll be talking about today. Sadly, when a survivor of abuse of power, maybe they come forward, or the abuse of power comes to light, and they can, and many have experienced, a betrayal from institutions and leaders. And that is such a devastating experience. Just think about these examples. These are heavy examples, but just think, these are stories that we are engaged with and we hear, again, on a weekly basis in our ministry. Just think about this example and think about the betrayal that is experienced. A teenager in a church is assaulted by an adult. The pastor and her parents don't understand it as an assault or as abuse. They quite wrongly just view it as a sexual sin that the teenager participated in with the adult, and that both of them share blame. She, as a teenager, is made to attend church with her abuser. It's not reported to law enforcement. There's no consequences, significant consequences for the adult. But she suffers deep trauma, not only from the assault, but from having to attend church weekly with her abuser. As an adult, this survivor still loves her pastor. She loves her parents. She realizes now, though, as an adult, that they just didn't know any better. They didn't have the proper education or categories or training to respond well. And so, regardless of that, and her kind heart towards her pastor and parents, she still lives today with the consequences of that trauma, including struggling with depression and panic attacks. And understandably, she struggles with deep guilt and shame over that event. And she struggles to feel loved and safe in church. So again, think about the betrayal she experienced, not intentional, not malicious, but nevertheless a betrayal. Just one more story. A pastor grooms an adult woman who comes to him for counseling, and he sexually abuses her, crosses a sexual boundary in those counseling sessions with this adult. When the church discovers his abuse, they talk to the congregation about him having an affair, and they minimize and excuse the abuse. He is resigned, he is reassigned to another ministry position. The victim is blamed by many in the church for tempting the pastor, and the congregation views this as largely her fault. She, of course, leaves the church and struggles with her relationship with God to this day. And I said one more, but let me just give one other that I think is a helpful story for framing some of the things we want to talk about today. So again, now one more, one final story. When an adult comes to a senior pastor at the church, this adult tells the senior pastor at the church about the sexual abuse he suffered as a child from a former assistant pastor. The pastor is kind and nice to the young man who is now living in another state. After the conversation, the senior pastor calls the church legal counsel to get advice on what to do next. The attorney tells the pastor that the law only requires him to report the abuse if it happened within the last 3 years, according to his state's mandated reporting laws. And this happened 15 years ago. The pastor does not report the abuse or take any further action. Meanwhile, there are 8 other victims of this former assistant pastor, none of which the church is aware. Of these, 7 have left the church. Most struggle with addiction and depression or other mental health injury. 1 has died by suicide. So those are heavy stories. And many of those individuals experience not only egregious abuses of power, but some form of institutional betrayal, where leaders did not respond in a way that were protective, in ways that were healing, in ways that sought accountability for those who have abused power, who validated the experience of the survivor by simply, as a starting point, naming what it properly was, as abuse, not as an affair, not as a sexual sin, but as an abuse of power. So these stories, again, are weighty. And the goal of this training is that we realize the power we have as leaders to shape churches that are part of the solution. Those stories were of churches not having the education and tools they needed, and so they were contributing to the problem. Our goal is to be positive and say, here are the things we can be doing and working on as leaders that really do make a difference, that help validate and uphold the dignity of each and every person, that create a positive environment of safety and respect, which is what Jesus calls us to do. So as heavy as this is, to me, there is just tremendous hope in a training like this, that we as leaders are talking about these issues together. We are making a difference in shifting culture. All right, let's take a step back, take a breath, and just ask a very simple and straightforward question. That is a very important question. What is abuse? What are we talking about? Let's get on the same page with this notion of using a word like abuse, because of course some people use abuse in very different ways and they mean different things by it. So let's talk about what we are talking about when we say the word abuse. In church, we say things like we are all sinners, and I say amen to that. Of course, we are all sinners, and yet abuse is not a sin like other sins. Abuse is a particularly egregious type of sin. Abuse occurs when a person in a position of power and typically trust uses that position to exploit or violate a person who's more vulnerable. They're using a person who's more vulnerable for themselves, to exploit them in some way, to gratify themselves sexually. And of course, abuse can be sexual, can be physical, can be emotional or spiritual or financial. And of course, there are other dimensions as well, encompassing the range of human experience. So abuse of power, again, in general, and why it's a more egregious and damaging type of sin is because it depends upon that close relationship and the power that and trust that someone holds in the life of another person. And that is the mechanism or the vehicle by which a person can get close enough to exploit or use that person in a very dehumanizing or objectifying way. So that's what abuse is. It's not just any type of harm. It's not just any type of sin. It's a particularly harmful type of sin for that very reason, because it is that deep betrayal of power and trust that is used against a person who is more vulnerable, often rendering them powerless in that abuse. So basic child abuse statistics, and we'll talk about different forms of abuse today. According to a very thorough study conducted by the CDC and Kaiser Permanente, a very well-known study called the ACE study often. ACEs stand for Adverse Childhood Experiences. Within that study, which is an adult retrospective study, in the US, we see that for sexual abuse, it's about 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men experience sexual abuse before they turn 18. So in about 20% of the people in my church and in your church, this is their experience. And again, that's a very conservative number. Physical abuse. It's about 1 in 4 children in the US experience physical abuse. Now, physical abuse, it can occur in an environment of discipline, and many physically abusive events with children begin in a context of a parent disciplining a child or spanking a child. Spanking is not on its own necessarily abusive according to most and typically all state laws still. However, when it goes beyond certain boundaries, whether it's in that context or not, physical abuse is typically defined as non-accidental physical injury. And of course, there's a range from bruising to other severe injuries, but it's non-accidental physical injuries or non-injurious contact with the goal of intimidating or threatening or controlling a child. Emotional abuse is experienced by about 1 in 10 kids. Emotional abuse is typically defined as a pattern of controlling or coercive behaviors, and it manifests in a variety of ways, that pattern of behaviors, but it includes a lot of times shaming, insulting, degrading, intimidating, threatening, humiliating children, domineering children. And then neglect, of course, can take forms like physical neglect, failing to provide food or shelter. Again, not when poverty is the root issue of that, but when a parent or caregiver can provide those things. It can also be medical and educational and take other forms as well. Certainly, the other side of the coin of emotional abuse is emotional neglect. And that's when a child is not told positively, you are loved, you are safe. And that is so important for the healthy development of children to experience in their home. And then certainly spiritual abuse is essentially, and that's not covered in the ACE study, so I don't have a statistic on that, but spiritual abuse is essentially a form of emotional abuse. So it would be a pattern of coercive or controlling behaviors, often related to humiliation, insulting, shaming, threatening. But the difference is that it's using spiritual ideas and language and concepts from religion. So it's abuse in a religious environment with that emotionally controlling pattern of behaviors using spirituality. So using God, using theology, using the Bible to control and harm and silence is typically what we would define spiritual abuse as. Now, I recognize there's a lot more nuance we could bring to those, but for the sake of time, and sexual abuse, of course, would be any sexual contact or non-sexual act between an adult and a child, or an older child and a child where there's a significant difference in development or age. And certainly, even if there's not a difference in development or age, where there are coercive acts or assaulting acts, those can be, of course, abusive as well. Beyond child abuse, just a couple of more broad statistics and a couple of major forms of abuse. In the US, the American Medical Association believes that about 1 in 3 women will experience some form of intimate partner violence, often called domestic violence, from a partner in her lifetime. So that is, again, a significant number within our church communities. And then for clergy sexual abuse, a couple of experts in this area in their book, Marie Fortune and James Poling, looking at a broad range of surveys, a broad range of research studies, conclude that likely about 10% or even a little more of clergy commit clergy sexual abuse, cross a sexual boundary. And of course, that would be with a child, but also with an adult, where the pastor, the clergy, has a spiritual responsibility of caring for the congregant. So when a sexual boundary is crossed within that caring relationship, within that power dynamic, that is an abuse of power. And it's not an affair. That's not the right terminology. Certainly, it could be considered a sin generally, or adultery generally, but that's usually not the right terminology in communicating what is actually going on and making sure everyone understands that that is an abuse of power and that it is the responsibility of the person in power and not the responsibility of the person who's been victimized by that abuse of power. So clergy sexual abuse is not an affair. It is vital that we change the habits we've had in the church of naming things such. Now, many states, by the way, have begun to change their laws. Now, assault is always a crime in every state, but many states, and that represented in red, and there's actually, this is not updated, Tennessee has also recently changed their laws, but even when there is not an assault or coercion, that is a physical coercion, these states have changed their laws such that if a pastor has spiritual authority and responsibility over an adult, even if there's a crossing of a sexual boundary, then they consider that now in certain states a crime. Now, in my state, it's not. In New York State, to my knowledge, it is not, or Pennsylvania. However, there are laws in New York State about a counselor crossing sexual boundaries, or therapist. And again, you would need to make sure you are responsible and understand those laws. But regardless of whether those laws are in place, we in the church must commit to understanding that any kind of clergy abuse, and certainly sexual abuse, is a deep betrayal. And we must commit, even though it might not be illegal according to the laws of our state, we must commit to holding abusive leaders accountable, naming it properly, and seeking to name and bring accountability that's appropriate to the situation. Now, the common dynamics that we see that we've already named in large part, like with the words of Jesus, power and trust, we see those talked about in the Bible over and over and over again. So I just want to give you one prominent example of that. There's a lament in Ecclesiastes where it talks about oppression that is occurring. And I saw all the oppressions that are done under the sun. Behold, the tears of the oppressed, and they had no one to comfort them. On the side of their oppressors, there was power, and there was no one to comfort them. So notice the oppression, the exploitation, the abuse of power that's occurring here is tied directly to power and this issue of power. as a key core dynamic of what's happening, and that there is a powerlessness experienced by those who are being exploited. And of course, that's the basis of this lament of crying out to God and asking for help, because there's no one who has power who is stepping in to help. And so these dynamics, these core dynamics that we've already named, and like other core dynamics in the Bible, oppression upon oppression, deceit, deception, is always connected in the Bible to abuse of power, to oppression of others, exploitation of others. Again and again, those core dynamics are named, and we're not going to go through all the verses. We don't have time, but that's just a couple of examples. But to summarize, and now we're going to walk through a scenario, and I'm going to get you to interact in this scenario, and we're just going to practice naming some of these core common dynamics of abuse that we've already named in large part. That abuse involves power that someone holds in the life of another who's more vulnerable, and they hold power in the community. There's trust, not just trust within an individual relationship, but trust that's held within the community. That there's entitlement by those who abuse power. They feel entitled to dehumanize, to exploit, to violate, to use someone else and objectify them, dehumanize them. And that's, again, very harmful. The deception and manipulation that we've named. Isolation often is a key dynamic, isolating someone, getting them away from someone who could help and intervene, rendering them powerless. And often it's not just physical isolation or physically rendering them powerless, but using tactics of fear and shame to render them powerless, to maintain secrecy and silence in the situation. So those are common core dynamics of abuse of power typically. So I'm going to read this situation here, and I'm going to just ask that you take it all in. And then if anyone would like to notice something or point something out that you think is important, if you want to point that out, and especially if you can connect it to that list we just used, that would be wonderful. So here's the situation. A youth seeks out the help of his youth pastor regarding his depression. His parents are getting divorced, and he's taking this very hard. The pastor gets the parents' permission to meet regularly with the youth, to talk, to do Bible study, and pray. Eventually, the pastor convinces him to do counseling sessions, quote unquote, and Bible study in the nude with him and masturbate together. The pastor tells him, God needs you to trust him completely. The youth is confused by all of this, but he trusts this youth pastor, and he's embarrassed and scared to tell anyone. The pastor says he can't tell anyone, or the ministry will suffer and people might go to hell because of him. All right, so given this little vignette, what are some of the things that stand out to you in terms of what's going on here? What stands out to you that you think is important for everyone to notice? And can you connect that to those common core dynamics that we've been talking about? So if you want to unmute and jump in, please do so.
Power and vulnerability.
Yeah. And how is this youth vulnerable? and why? They're vulnerable because they're a youth.
Mm-hmm.
Every youth, every child, every minor is vulnerable because of their place and how they're developing. They're still a human in development largely. So that means they're vulnerable in various ways. But what else is going on circumstantially that directly relates to his vulnerability?
In the chat, somebody says pastor, position of authority, and sexual inappropriateness.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the power the youth pastor holds. There is the vulnerability of the child, and circumstantially the child is vulnerable, the youth is vulnerable, right? And that's a good lesson for all of us. Now, you can't tell on the Zoom call, but I'm 6'8", and not many people would look at me and say, Mike, you're vulnerable in many ways, physically speaking. But if I'm grieving, if I'm sick, all of us as adults are circumstantially vulnerable in various ways, even if it's not in some of the more obvious ways. But certainly this youth is more vulnerable because of what his parents are going through, because of the depression he's experiencing. And, all of this is making him even more vulnerable than he was before. All right, good. What else do you notice in the situation?
More in the chat says fear and secrecy and silence. Also the permission that the parents give, the manipulation, the misrepresentation of the character of God.
Mm.
Yeah, good. What else do you notice?
I think getting permission from the parents is striking in a couple ways, because not only does he establish trust with them, but I think it's going to make the teen feel more isolated and fearful about speaking out, because
Right.
this is something that his parents have approved.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and for some, especially, youth or even younger children, well, they just assume if they've gotten parental permission, this must be okay. Some will assume that, not all. Certainly grooming, as a constellation of tactics that abusers use very often, we know from research that grooming is not just directed towards those who are targeted as victims, but caregivers are targeted very often by grooming behaviors. And certainly there has been a developing of a relationship and a developing of trust with the parents. Certainly that's the case here. What else do you notice?
From the chat, we also have the guilt and shame about others going to hell if they speak out. The isolation, the threats.
Yeah.
Somebody else
Yeah.
added, there are implications not just in trauma about the situation, but the connection to the divorce.
Sure. Yeah, notice the tactics to control and keep silence, to maintain fear and secrecy. Very often in a church setting, the most powerful tools that can be deployed are the spiritual tools and the language of the Bible, the language of the spiritual community. That is powerful to a kid who has grown up in church or has been in church, right? That makes quite an impression. And many children, if their pastor says it, they have no ability to distinguish. Well, this must be what God is saying. And notice how the abuser in this scenario is basically conflating himself and God. God needs you to trust him completely. What is the person here abusing power getting at? Essentially, you need to trust me completely is what he's saying, but not saying. And that's very powerful. Do you see dehumanization? Anyone see that? Where do you see that? Or entitlement?
Well, essentially, he's treating him as a sexual object. He's gaining sexual pleasure from that relationship and manipulation.
And that's just absolutely right. And that's an incredibly dehumanizing act. That's harmful, incredibly harmful. And it's an attitude of entitlement. I'm going to do what I want and take what I want and use you in a way for my own gratification. Incredibly entitled mentality and incredibly callous. This is not a mistake. It's not just a moment of temptation. This is a very deliberate crossing of a sexual boundary, abusing power. And it's based on an incredibly entitled mentality, and it's incredibly dehumanizing to use another person in this way. It's very devastating.
In the chat room, someone specifically mentions dehumanization by them being in the nude.
Yeah. And certainly, absolutely, that's the case. And I don't know how many times we've heard and talked to pastors who the offender's been telling them, oh, I was educating the child on sexuality. I was helping the child understand their sexuality. I was just trying to I was not trying to gratify myself. They would flat out just lie directly about that. I was just counseling them. I was just helping them. That's very often you get very direct lies to test if the pastor will accept it, or minimize it or excuse it in some way to see if the leader will accept it. And we're often in a position advising the clergy in the situation. Yep, that's a lie. Don't believe it. That wasn't their goal, just to educate the child. That's not what they're doing. They were using the child for their own gratification. So don't get taken in. And notice, again, all of the power and trust that's held, it's not just power and trust over this individual. It's power and trust held in that community. And for that youth to think, well, how would I even start to talk about this with anybody, about what our youth pastor is doing? And of course, there's a direct threat, right? That you can't do this. And that's very powerful for a child and a youth in a setting like that. All right, there's no way, we're not going to exhaust a situation like that, but let's keep moving. And let's just start to name a few things in terms of, given this reality we've been talking about, how does prevention work? And I'm just going to tell you a story. I was conducting a training very much like this with a large church. And after that training, I got a call from one of the pastors, and he said, Mike, here's what's going on. After your training, one of our leaders, an elder, was talking to a parent, a mom, about the training we just did, and just mentioned that we did this training as leaders. And the mom said, oh, you did a training on abuse prevention. Well, I want to tell you something I saw the other day at the youth group Christmas party. I was there as a chaperone, as a parent, and it was the junior high Christmas party. And I noticed this male volunteer walk past a junior high girl, and he reached out his hand and he just caressed down her cheek in a way that made me uncomfortable. And it clearly made the junior high girl uncomfortable. She didn't say anything, but she showed with her body language. She did not appreciate it or like it. And I saw it and I was uncomfortable. And I watched that man the rest of the night. And he did it 2 more times, 3 times total, to this junior high girl. And I didn't know who to talk to about this. But you brought up this training you did. And so now I'm telling you. So then the pastor, the elder tells the pastor went to the youth group leaders and said, this is what this parent saw. Have you seen anything concerning related to this volunteer, this 40-something-year-old man who volunteers with our youth group? Do you have any concerns, or have you seen anything concerning? And the youth group leaders listed 6 or 7 things that they were concerned with this person. And the pastor calls me to say, yes, there are general, and the pastor said there are 6 or 7 general concerns. And I said, okay, what are they? And he listed things. And I said, those don't sound general at all. Those sound very specific things that they've observed that are concerning. So we talked through the scenario. In that situation, we can't tell a church what to do. Like, we have no authority. I have to help them realize if someone is testing boundaries in that way, demonstrating concerning behavior over and over and over again, that is not a safe person to be working with youth as a starting point minimum. And we might need further boundaries for their continued presence in the community. But given that story, what are some of the things that occur to you that really make the difference in terms of effective prevention as leaders? What are the things we have to account for or think of in terms of effective prevention in a church environment? So what are some of the things that come to your mind that really make a difference?
Are you referring to like never having a leader alone with a youth or a child?
Sure. That's a great boundary to have in place in your community. So a lot of abuse occurs in isolated one-on-one situations. So having a boundary like that in place is a good prevention measure. Excellent. What else?
I think having a clear system of reporting,
Mhm.
so that way if anyone sees anything that's concerning, they know exactly who to talk to about that.
That's right. And not just a mechanism for if there's a reporting of abuse scenario, but a mechanism for if you have a concern or if someone is violating our policy or demonstrating some form of concerning behavior, like in the story I just told. The parent, that mom, she saw it, she was concerned, but the leaders had not taken the step of clarifying the mechanism for her to raise that concern in a safe way. And for many, it's a hard thing to do, to say something, especially when it's someone you know. That's not an easy thing to do. So it's not just permission that we as leaders must establish. Beyond permission, responsibility. We need to make it positive. We all have a positive responsibility as adults to be protective that God calls us to. So making that a part of our, cultivating that in our community is really critical to prevention and response. Good. What else?
In the chat, we have ongoing training for leaders so they know what to recognize, as well
Yes.
as train the youth to understand what to expect from their leaders.
That's right. And youth, children, education for children and youth are critical. Now, that's never going to be our main strategy because many children and youth are just still not going to be able to articulate a concern when it's someone they know and trust to another adult. But absolutely some will. And we must begin to educate them. And I'll say more about that later in the training. And then so you're naming all the things: education, training, clear mechanisms for speaking up, for accountability, policies that have good boundaries in place that apply to the whole community. All of those things are critical. And we'll continue to fill out that picture as we go along. But to me, it's just helpful to begin to name some of those pieces. And then as we end out this first section here in the next couple of minutes, this is the tool that we like to give to church leaders to say, here are the main areas when we talk about a culture that supports effective prevention and response. We talk about cultivating a mentality within your church community for effective prevention and response. The four main areas that we want leaders, again, four because we need to keep it simple. And these are the four main areas in our view. We have to ground these issues in our Christian faith commitments. If we're doing these things to check off a box because our insurance company has said we have to do this, we're never going to get there. We have to ground this in the mentality and the teaching and the heart of Jesus. Second, education. We have to raise the education level of everyone in the community. So we just talked about kids and youth, but also the adults. Most churches are training or having policies in place for adults that work directly with kids. Most churches have that in place, I would say, in this day and age, at least on some level. But that's not enough. We have to actually bring more education to the whole community. We have to engage all the adults, at least on some level, because that is accounting for how most abuse actually occurs. Most abuse does not occur in youth group hour or kids worship hour or Sunday school hour, although occasionally it does happen in those settings. Most abuse occurs in unstructured times and in homes. So for us to make significant progress in our church communities with prevention and response, we have to broaden our educational efforts and give prevention tools to our community that we can take wherever we are and wherever we go. Third is clear boundaries, expectations for conduct. Like with this story I told about the youth group Christmas party, that we respect personal space and we don't touch without permission, even if it's not in itself abusive touch. If touch is not welcomed by an adult or a child, we should respect that. And there should be an expectation as a church that we are a place of safety and respect. And we talk about boundaries and touch and personal space and not having sexual conversations with minors about our experiences or making jokes, things like that, basic boundaries for the whole community. And then we work on accountability so that there are clear mechanisms for articulating concerns, for speaking up if there's a policy violation, and certainly protocols for reporting abuse in certain cases, child abuse, and in some cases, adult abuse. So we're going to fill out this picture throughout the rest of the training, but just naming these core issues here for us as leaders is critical. And so that's going to be articulated for you in the slides. So in terms of what we mean by shifting culture at Grace, when we talk to you all as church leaders, again, the key is that our approach must begin with the teaching of Jesus, not managing risk for the institution. The story I articulated earlier. The pastor called the lawyer. The lawyer said, "You don't legally have to do anything about this." And the pastor said, "Well, that's it. I'm done." That's not, of course, what we're called to be as church leaders. Our legal responsibility is not the only consideration. In fact, the primary consideration is always ethical obligations we're called to by Jesus. And so with education, again, shifting culture means that we're educating not just the volunteers we're required to who work directly with kids, by our insurance company, and in some cases by the law. It's educating the entire community, and that's adults and kids. And so we'll talk more about that in the training today. And then certainly, again, articulating clear expectations for conduct and making it positive that we are a place of safety and respect because of Jesus. And so that means if someone doesn't want to be touched, we respect that. We respect the policies related to assisting kids in the restroom because we want to be a place of safety and a place of transparency and accountability. And we have strong mechanisms for accountability for those testing boundaries, for those violating the policy. And we have strong protocols that are more trauma informed, that don't seek simply to protect us as an institution or only worry about our legal accountability or legal requirements. We go beyond that because we are Christians and we want to see accountability. We want to see truth. We want to see justice. All right. So these, again, 4 key areas are, in our view, this is just a very simple rubric for leaders to take with you, to hold on to say, we have to cultivate these areas. These don't just happen. These don't just happen. It takes deliberate cultivation to shape an environment where these are working well. And the key, again, is that this is not just something we hand to our kids director or youth director and they take care of it all. That's not how prevention works. It's about a community embracing the beauty of treating one another well, the beauty of being protective of others, the beauty of all of us being accountable and being transparent. And that is, again, what Jesus calls us to. So these 4 key areas lived out as a community together. All right, we're a few minutes over. Let's take our first 10-minute break. And I'm going to start my timer and I will see you in 10 minutes.
Mike, before we take a break, I just would like to pray with all those statistics. Okay, and then we'll break.
Please.
Lord Jesus, I think about all of those statistics that Mike has shared, and my heart is heavy. And so we pray for anybody on this call that is part of those numbers, but we also pray for everybody in our churches that has been wounded in some way, shape, or form by abuse. And we ask that you would be that we would be journeying with them in healing, and that today would be helpful to us in that journey as well. In Jesus' name, amen. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. See you in 10 minutes. All right. And now part 2, we're going to talk about biblical and theological tools to do that first major part of those 4 key areas to help people within our community connect these issues to our Christian faith, which in our view really makes all the difference in the world. And we're going to talk about how also to connect these issues of prevention and response, to our identity and our mission as a church. And certainly talk specifically about, especially how Jesus talked about power. And that is another key area that we can help everyone really connect on a practical level to what we're asking them to think about and do in terms of abuse prevention and response, because Jesus said so much about power and how we are to use power. So again, that first major area that we talked about at the end of the last segment, connecting these issues to our Christian faith, all of the things in this segment are going to be connected to giving you as leaders tools to help you think about how are we cultivating this mentality within our church community. And I'll just say it very bluntly. Leaders must grow into your own voice on these issues. We train in organizations. We do training for leadership groups. We do training for congregation-based groups, the whole church community, all the adults. We're trying to get as many adults from the community out to a training as possible. And that's important and that's wonderful. It's important to have, those with experience and expertise speaking to these issues. But what really gets traction in terms of a culture is when you as local leaders in your local community come into your own voice, when you are speaking and with conviction and helping others make connection to these issues in God's heart, to these issues and the teaching of Jesus directly. That's what really gets traction and helps shape that culture that we want. And it's not about doing one sermon or a one series or something of teaching. You're constantly trying to incorporate this in the priorities and how you're communicating throughout your ministry calendar, throughout your ministry year. Connecting in a sermon application point here, mentioning this in your membership class, in a lesson, when you are doing a prayer for the congregation to pray for those who have suffered from abuses of power, or those who are enduring trauma. It's in little ways that, and yes, I'm not against a sermon or a series in a Sunday school setting. Those are wonderful, but it can't only be that. It can't just be, we do a policy talk once a year. That's just not going to get it. We have to really try to utilize the structures of ministry, the teaching that we are constantly doing, the formation of Christian identity and spiritual identity, our prayers, our announcements, our membership classes, all of those structures we already have in place, the ways we communicate, integrating this perspective into those is what we're after. And there's just so much biblical and material from our Christian faith, resources within our Christian faith to do this. Psalm 9 says, "The Lord is a stronghold or a refuge for the oppressed." God's fundamental nature, God's fundamental character, God says, I am a place of refuge, a place of safety, a place of strength for those who have been exploited in some way. Such a beautiful truth and reality that we're also to embody as those who follow and walk with God. It goes on to say in Psalm 9, God does not forget the cry of the afflicted. God is not indifferent. He does not turn away. God moves toward those who need help and cry for help. And that's such a beautiful image. And of course, the key is we are called to embody that as those who know God and walk with God. I will never forget one of the first trainings I ever did in a church. I was still a pastor at the time. And I was walking through verses like from Psalm 9 and other things in the Bible about God's heart for the vulnerable and the abused. And I'll never forget that a woman came up to me in a break, and I would guess she was probably in her 80s. And she said, "Mike, I've been in church all of my life." And she said, "I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse. And I've been in church all of my life, and I have never heard a pastor talk this way about God and God's heart for the abused." And then she said, look, when you started talking about these verses, she said, my heart soared. Now, if that's 20% of the people in my church, and 20% that is their experience of child sexual abuse, we have a responsibility as leaders, and that's what we want them to hear, a very clear and consistent message about God, God's heart, and certainly our heart as well. There's so many ways that we can go to the Bible and use our Christian faith to affirm the dignity and give that type of comfort and encouragement to survivors and everyone. In the very beginning of Genesis 1, where it says that we are made in the image of God, we are invested with, as image bearers, with inherent dignity and worth. And that's a repeated theme throughout the Bible. That's certainly a major theme of the Bible that we can refer people to. And then over and over again throughout the Bible, God speaks powerfully about groups of vulnerable people who need to be protected and standing against oppression, especially of those who are easily exploited. So I'm going to ask you, what are some of, now some of you have been in church like me all your life, or you've been reading your Bible for years. What are some of the most common types of vulnerable groups that the Bible, that God singles out to say, pay attention, be protective, be aware of those who are vulnerable? There are common categories of vulnerable people that are mentioned literally hundreds of times throughout the whole Bible. So what are just a few of you, if you would, just chime in and name some of those groups that the Bible speaks to? What comes to mind?
In the chat room, we have the poor, children living in poverty, poor children, women, poor. I would say, I would add immigrants, foreigners. Yeah, immigrants.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. The poor, those who are sick, those who are disabled, children, certainly orphans or the fatherless, as
Widows.
the most vulnerable of
Widows.
children. Certainly in the ancient Near East, especially in heavily patriarchal cultures, women were vulnerable because men held all the power typically. In many cases. And so women were vulnerable, but widows were the most vulnerable of women. So widows are singled out very often. So you have laws in the Old Testament where God says directly, protect the vulnerable people, they're more easily exploited. Make sure that you are attentive to that and protective. The prophets chastise the people of God for, instead of using power to protect the vulnerable, I'm thinking like of Isaiah 1, it's talking about how God's people are oppressing widows and orphans and exploiting them instead of protecting them. And it's an indictment of the culture and of the leadership of the culture. That's in other prophetic passages, that's a major theme. In the Psalms and wisdom literature and in other history portions of the Old Testament, there are connections to these groups of vulnerable people very often, in terms of God's mentality and the responsibility we share as Christians, as people of faith in those settings. And then when we get to the ministry of Jesus, do you remember any stories of Jesus where he interacted with someone who was poor, sick, someone who was a child or an orphan or a widow? Do you remember any stories about that in the gospel, in the Gospels? Well, yeah, it's like I missed every page of the Gospels. Jesus is focusing his ministry on just such vulnerable people because his very heart, his ministry, his preaching, his kingdom is very much focused on bringing good news to all, but certainly especially focused on those who are vulnerable. And then, of course, in the letters of the New Testament, we have, and in the ministry of the apostles, we have Paul talking about the offering for the widows and making sure that we're caring, an offering for the poor, that we're caring for the vulnerable. And James talks about pure religion being able to, being connected to caring for the orphan and the widow in their affliction, not in some abstract way, but because especially they're vulnerable to exploitation, that we are protective and caring for them in their need and in when someone is hurting them. We're called to that directly. So throughout the whole Bible, these are prominent themes. And certainly this is a very powerful connection we can make for our people, to talk about those dynamics of those who hold power and those who are more vulnerable. All right. So, and then very directly, Jesus named and confronted abuse in his ministry. And just a few passages, very powerful, very well known, probably to all of you. In Matthew 18, he's talking about children. If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Jesus promises very direct accountability and judgment on those who would harm children. There are several New Testament scholars who have made a very strong argument. Now, I think this passage we could apply to any form of harm against children, but there are several very good New Testament scholars who have made a very compelling case, in my view, that Jesus is here very directly condemning child sexual abuse. The reason is, in this context, Jesus uses that imagery of, if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out. If your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. Those images Jesus has already used in Matthew in a context of sexuality. And the New Testament scholars argue, so in the usage of Jesus, yes, but also in that culture, these were metaphors related to sexuality. So for Jesus to use that imagery here and talk about causing children harm, it's very likely he's referring to the widespread practice in that day of the sexual exploitation of children. So it's likely that Jesus, for his disciples, is drawing a very clear line to say that this is completely unacceptable for any disciple of Jesus, any follower of Jesus. And then another very famous passage in Mark 12, Jesus, in his teaching, said, "Beware of the scribes who devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers. They will receive greater condemnation." Jesus directly condemns here pastoral leaders in a faith community who are using their spirituality as a cover to exploit, to prey upon, and financially exploit widows. So this, of course, is an abuse of power. You could call it financial exploitation or abuse, and certainly spiritually abusive, in that the cover and the means by which these leaders are preying upon these vulnerable widows is their spiritual position. So there's a component of spiritual abuse as well as financial abuse. So, and both notice these statements are in a context where Jesus is directly condemning their actions. He is directly rebuking these practices. So Jesus is very clear. And then there is a constant theme in the Bible that as people of faith who walk with God, who know God, that we are not called to be people of violence. So interpersonal violence, a mentality of violence, is directly condemned again and again in the Psalms and the Proverbs, especially, where it's talking about how we are to be shaped in spirituality and practices and mentality. Certainly, we are not to be people of violence. And so that kind of violence is condemned and is held up as something we are to stand against over and over and over again. So the key then is not just, we do training on abuse. We can have outside organizations and speakers. We can have, someone from our congregation who is a social worker, or someone from the local child advocacy center speak. But if you as leaders don't have your voice ever mentioning these issues, helping your people make these connections, you are not going to get very far. So you have to, as leaders, assess, how are we doing with this? Are we helping our people make these connections? When we talk about prevention and response, we talk about positively the environment that we are called to as Christians to have in a church environment, a an environment of safety and respect. Is this something that you can speak to with conviction that's compelling? That's, not doom and gloom, but is positive, that we are called this beautiful, that we're called to treat one another with respect, that we're called to give people space and respect if someone doesn't want to be touched, whether they're an adult or a child. And that is a beautiful, positive practice we can reaffirm wholeheartedly from the Bible, from the teaching of Jesus directly. A kind of a second key aspect of this is, so yes, in general, God's heart, the Bible, statements of Jesus, but even more directly than that, we do want to make the connection to prevention, to our posture on these issues, to our mission as a church and the community that we're called to be. So every church has different ways we talk about our mission, why we're here, why we exist, what our church values, what is our identity. So you're doing that constantly as a church. Now, some churches have very formal statements. Our mission is this. And sometimes it's informal. But regardless of whether that's formalized or more informal, we have to connect our community as a church, our existence as a church, to this call, this priority of protecting the vulnerable and standing against abuses of power. Now, I'll give you a few ways of thinking about that and how you can do that. And again, these are just ideas that we think are compelling, but you have to figure this out for yourself as well and decide, how are we going to talk about this in our community? What makes sense for our community? So I don't know any church that wouldn't say that part of our mission or part of our reason for existing is to help people to know God, to come and walk with God, to make disciples, to follow in the path of Jesus. So a passage like the Great Commission in Matthew 28, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I've commanded you. So that's Jesus's call here in the Great Commission. Now in Matthew, what have we already seen from the Gospel of Matthew? What is Jesus commanded? Jesus says here, we are to be formed and to walk in the ways of God, to walk in the things that Jesus has commanded. What is Jesus already commanded in Matthew? Well, he's already commanded being protective directly of children, of not abusing power, of protecting the vulnerable and making sure that the vulnerable we are aware of those who are more easily exploited and that we're proactively protective. So these are part of the call and the teaching of Jesus, and that's part of what it means to have people know God, to understand God's heart for the vulnerable, to walk with God. That's very directly, that connection between knowing God and walking with God is made in the Bible directly to this issue of protecting the vulnerable. So I mentioned this verse earlier. In the prophet Jeremiah, God talks about the leaders of Jeremiah's day were oppressive leaders. They were exploiting others, using deception. And it says they refused to know God. And then positively in Jeremiah, the example of Josiah, who for the most part was a very good king. And Josiah defended the cause of the poor and the needy, and so all went well. Is this not what it means to know me? So do you see that in those two verses from Jeremiah, the framework is, protecting the vulnerable is an issue of knowing God. What does it mean to know God and walk with God? A part of what that means, not the entirety of it, but part of what it means to know God and walk with God are to be people and communities and leaders, certainly, who are protective of the vulnerable. That connection is very directly made in the Bible. So those who know God and walk with God are learning to protect the vulnerable and making that a priority. Now here's a statement, and here's a statement that I hear occasionally from church leaders. We know Mike, we know one instance of abuse could ruin our ministry. We're so glad you're here. We're going to do this training. I always cringe a little bit when I hear this statement or this mentality. And I just wonder, do any of you have thoughts about a statement like this of what might be going on in a statement like this? So let's unpack this statement a little bit. If some of you want to weigh in on it, what are some of the things you think of in a statement like this? You know, we know one instance of abuse could ruin our ministry. What might be some of the dynamics at work in this sort of mentality? What occurs to you? What do you notice?
I think that having a mentality like that can make somebody more likely to cover something up if something were to come to them.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And notice there seems to be a focus on the ministry. What's important in that statement? It comes across at least as what matters is the ministry. And what's our first priority? Protecting the ministry. And that is a rut that we as leaders cannot allow ourselves to fall into. We have to hold each other accountable to never fall into that rut of thinking that a ministry could be more important than a person. Jesus prioritized people. We must always say a vulnerable person, a child, a survivor, an adult or a child. That's the mentality of Jesus. That's the priority of Jesus. That's
Mike?
what matters. Yes.
In the chat room, we've got a bunch of things. Our reputation is more important than care for hurting.
Yes.
Fear of losing financial stability.
That's right.
Preservation of the institution.
That's right.
Concern for the ministry over the dignity of the survivor.
Yes.
It values individual experience, and it's fear-based rather than care-based.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you all. And that's, again, we as leaders must hold each other accountable. Now, do we have to have meetings about budgets? Do we have to have meetings about, of course we do. Of course we do. But we can never allow ourselves to fall into the rut of making the institution or the ministry or our mentality one that prioritizes those things over people, over care. Absolutely. So if someone, and I've had it a few times, someone would say something like that to me, I'll say, whoa, hold on. First of all, that's just not true. If you're in ministry for any length of time, you're going to have some form of abuse connected to your ministry in some form or fashion, whether it's something happened in a home, in a family in your church, or otherwise. What matters is how you respond to it. And of course, what we're continuing to do in terms of prevention. And that in all of that, we're prioritizing and using the priority of Jesus to care for the vulnerable and make that our priority. All right. Very, very well said. Thank you all for that. And then abuse of power. Jesus talked about power all the time. By the way, when I was a kid in Sunday school growing up, I'm old enough. Maybe some of you are as well. I had something in Sunday school called a flannel graph. I don't know if any of you remember the flannel graph, which was just a wonderful medium for kids. And so pictures put up on the flannel graph of sheep and shepherds and wolves, because it's using the language of Jesus from the Gospels very often. And that's the curriculum I had as a kid, a curriculum based on the Gospels. And so there were often pictures of sheep and shepherds. And the whole point of those metaphors from the words of Jesus, like in John 10, Jesus says, when the wolf comes, the hired hand who doesn't care about the sheep runs away and doesn't protect the sheep. But the good shepherd stands in between, essentially, the wolf and the sheep. The shepherd, who is a good shepherd, is protective and puts themselves on the line. And it's costly and it's scary, but the good shepherd is bearing that cost on behalf of the vulnerable and is protective. So the key in those statements of Jesus, and certainly Jesus is talking about his own laying down his life for others and being sacrificial in that way, but certainly Jesus calling us as leaders, as shepherds, to follow in his footsteps is part of that passage, I believe. And what's so profound to me when you look at the prophetic background of that language, all of that language that Jesus is using there comes from the prophets like Ezekiel 34 and Jeremiah 23. And the issue in those prophets are leaders who are abusing power, leaders who are authoritarian and ruling the people harshly, leaders who are neglecting the people so that they're being preyed upon by others, leaders who are, some of them, directly feeding upon the sheep and using the sheep for their own benefit and own gain. And so the key issue, the core issue in those statements and in those metaphors are issues of abuse of power. And Jesus, in his ministry, very directly in multiple passages, not just John 10, is using the same metaphors to speak directly about power and how power is to be used in the community of faith, and certainly by leaders. So that is, to me, there's just so much here in the Bible that we must help our people understand in church, that we can have a very clear theology and articulation of power from the teaching of Jesus. And then in John 10, the first priority of the Good Shepherd is the safety of the vulnerable sheep. That is a trauma-informed principle. The U.S., we have here in the U.S. An organization, SAMHSA, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And there's a wonderful summary document they have about trauma. And the first trauma-informed principle is that the top priority is always safety of others. And certainly for those who are vulnerable or those who've been hurt. Safety is the first issue. And to me and us at Grace, our executive director, Pete Singer, is a trauma-informed therapist. And he says, look, trauma-informed principles cohere with the teaching of the Bible in just wonderful ways and beautiful ways. And so here, Jesus's heart is clearly the priority of protecting the sheep, the issue of safety for those who are vulnerable. And that is exactly what our SAMHSA here in the US names as the first trauma-informed principle, is attending to issues of safety for those who've been hurt or those who are vulnerable. So as leaders, it's not a side issue. It's not, a low priority. It's actually a very top priority for us as Christians, and we cannot outsource protecting the vulnerable. We as an outside organization come in to help all the time, and we're there to help and serve in any way we can. But at the end of the day, we are not going to be there in your community, and leaders must have the mentality that we have to take ownership of this. And as leaders, you can't do it all yourself. That's why we have to adopt that community-based approach to prevention. You have to work on educating everyone and bringing everyone along into this mentality, because it takes a community working together. That's when we're really getting somewhere with effective prevention. So proactive posture is not just, again, it's not just something SAMHSA says to do. In our view, it's something that is at the heart of what the Bible is getting at in terms of our calling as leaders, to be protective as leaders, to make sure that power is not abused. And the beauty in the gospel in that passage in Ezekiel 34, where the shepherds, God condemns the current leaders who are abusing their power and feeding upon the sheep. God says, the good news is, God says, I myself will come and shepherd the sheep and bind up their wounds and feed them in justice. And of course, as Christians, we believe that is fulfilled directly in the ministry of Jesus. God incarnate comes and binds up the wounds and protects and feeds them in justice. And of course, we are a part of that continuing work of Jesus in the ministry of the Church of Jesus. And that's just, again, a beautiful reality. All right, here is another scenario, and I have very good news for all of us. There is no abuse in this scenario. So take a deep breath. This is about a good pastor who is a wonderful pastor who does not abuse power. But I'm going to read you this scenario, and And here's the simple question I want us to discuss. What types of power do you see? What types of power does this person hold? All right, Pastor Mark, graduated seminary with honors. He's pursuing a PhD. He is beloved in his church for his sense of humor, his kindness, and willingness to help. He gives skillful sermons that inspire and encourage his flock. He is average height, but his personality and presence can fill up a room. He is not afraid to speak about his own humanity and share about his own vulnerability. Many in the church view him as an extension of their family. So here's the question. What types of power does Pastor Mark hold? How can we distinguish the different types of power that a pastor can hold, and in this concrete scenario that Mark holds? What do you notice? What do you see?
The chat says highly educated, likability, genuineness, relational power,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
education, outgoingness.
The very first word, pastor, gives him positional power.
That's right. He has positional power as a pastor. He has specific positional power in this church as their pastor. He is recognized and ordained through his denomination, and so he has that form of kind of authority formally invested through his ordination within his denomination. Absolutely. Good. What else?
I see educational power, outgoingness, charismatic, or others.
Yes, absolutely. And he's well-spoken. He connects with people and cares for people. And that gives a lot of relational power and certainly spiritual power. And in a church setting, again, those are the more potent forms of power very often, is this relational and spiritual power that's held because of how people view him, because of how he just cares for them. He's a part of their family, that sort of thing. Yeah. Good. Anything else?
The chat room says viewed as family, outgoing, relatable, relational, spiritual authority. Nobody's mentioned this, but the fact that he gives skillful sermons can also be, that's hugely powerful.
It is. Yes. He is shaping in those sermons how they think about themselves, how they think about God, how they think about the world. It's very powerful. That's a huge responsibility, right? All of us who've served in the church share, for sure. Yeah, all of this. And Mark uses his power to serve others. You all use your power to serve and protect and bless others, as Jesus calls us to do. And it's just so important as leaders that we are doing the reflecting work to understand the types of power we hold. Our words impact people. How we relate to people matters. The sermons we give matter. We hold tremendous amounts of power in the church. And how do we continue to reflect? What does it look like to use our power to serve, to protect, to bless? That's the way of Jesus. And what could it look like, or what would it look like if we began to use our power for ourselves? And that often begins with, self-deception, with oh yes, I can do that. That's not a big deal. But just to be aware, to be self-aware, knowing ourselves is vital. And certainly holding one another accountable. Organizations do well to establish clear boundaries in power dynamics. So we've raised this issue before, but since we're talking about power, when there is a clear dynamic, a pastor has a clear power over a congregant, adult or a child, because there's a direct spiritual responsibility. And a supervisor and an employee, a counselor and the person they're counseling, a teacher and a student, not just a minor student, a professor and a young adult. There's a power dynamic, there's a power differential. An adult and a minor, an older child and a younger child, a mentor. And I've seen abuses of power with an adult against another adult who are just members in the church. They're not the pastors or the official leaders of the church, but they mentor other Christians. And in that, as an older Christian who's more experienced, they mentor the younger Christians, and they use that relationship to abuse power. They use that connection to abuse power. So it's very important that we understand that crossing a sexual boundary, for example, in a power differential like this, is an abuse of power. It's important that we not just generalize it or minimize it by labeling it incorrectly as, well, it was a sinful relationship. You know, the power differential, it means it's not a mutual sin, it's an abuse of power. So in any of formal power dynamics like this, there are power dynamics that mean this is an abuse of power. We have to name it properly. So we have to give people examples. We have to bring the teaching of Jesus about power into our modern world. We have to help people understand that news story we all know about now from our community, from that church over there, about the teacher who abused the student, that's an abuse of power. That wasn't a relationship between a teacher and a teenager. That is an abuse of power. We have to bring examples in the teaching of Jesus into our world that we inhabit in the church. And we have to give examples of this is what abuse of power looks like in the home. And it's not just sexual abuse, of course, it's domineering verbal abuse or emotional patterns of humiliation and control, degrading others, shaming others, for example, spiritually controlling others as well, giving examples of abuse of power in the home, abuse of power in the church. This is what it could look like, helping people understand these are the realities Jesus was speaking to in John 10 and other passages. And we as Christians have to be aware of this and account for this. And that we are calling people to follow Jesus. Jesus, who when Jesus rose from the dead said, all authority or all power is given to me in heaven and on earth. All power belongs to Jesus. Our fundamental confession as Christians, and it has been since the beginning of the church, who is Lord? Jesus is Lord. Jesus holds all power and authority. That means any power we hold in our work, in our families, in any relationships, in the church, all of that power belongs to Jesus. The only legitimate use of power for us as Christians is for the purposes of Jesus and in the way of Jesus. Any other use of power is illegitimate, whether it's in the home or the church or anywhere. To me, that is, this is something a mentor of mine, Dr. Diane Langberg, has been so powerful in helping me and others at Grace understand, and we're happy to share this with churches. And then Jesus, of course, condemned the disciples who were fixated on their own power and how it would benefit them. And Jesus said, those who are considered rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. And Jesus essentially said, that's the wrong mentality. That's the mentality that, you know, many have in this world. But you as disciples are to have a radically different mentality. That you are to simply view any power you hold to be used to help and serve and protect and bless others. You are to take the role of a servant. So as leaders, we have so many resources, especially directly on Jesus's teaching with power, to name abuses of power. And it's, of course, goes beyond words. It's our mentality, it's our example, and how we're demonstrating that these are the commitments of Jesus. That we have boundaries related to our community. We have standards because we take the teaching of Jesus seriously. We really do care deeply about this being an environment of respect and safety. So again, we're not cultivating paranoia or or saying we can't, trust anyone here. That's not the right mentality. We're going to talk more about that in a moment after the break. But certainly to call people positively, to treating one another with respect, to respecting certain boundaries. And then as a leader, making sure we are setting a wonderful example of transparency and respect for the policy boundaries we've set in place for our community with children and adults.
Hey, Mike, in
So,
the chat room,
yes.
someone asked if you could repeat what you said about the only legitimate use of power.
Yes. So because our confession is Jesus is Lord, and Jesus said after he rose, all power or all authority is given to me. That means any authority or power we hold as Christians. And we hold power in our church roles, in our relationships, in our homes, in our workplaces, if those are outside of the church, wherever we hold power or any sort of authority. As Christians, we know all authority or power belongs to Jesus. So the only legitimate use of our power or any authority we have is in the way of Jesus, for the purposes of Jesus. And Jesus very clearly calls us to protect others, to serve others, to seek to bless others. And that's the mentality we're called to. Yeah, thanks for that. All right, before we go to our lunch break, now's a good time. If you have, now knowing we're going to be talking about caring for survivors in the next segment, and we're going to be talking about response issues and recognizing concerning behavior in the segments to come in the third and fourth segment. But at this point, knowing there's a lot of practicalities we still have to fill in, are there any thoughts you wanted to just share? Anything you're thinking, something you wanted to process out loud, or a question? Now's a good time for that before we break for lunch.
One person in the chat room said the word privilege can be used in place of the word power in this setting.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. And being aware of that, the power or privileges we hold, certainly I'm well aware as a white man, my experience and how I am interacted with is vastly different from the experience of others. And as I listen to others who have a different experience, I'm constantly trying to be humble and learn and understand that more. As a 6'8" man, I'm not typically afraid walking through a parking lot at night, but I know there are women in my life, and we've had conversation that, of course, that's not their experience. And it's so important to put ourselves in the shoes of others. We can't fully do that, but seek to do that and recognize that it is a responsibility to use any privilege or power to serve others, and to be aware of how, and not just individually, but systemically, there can be harm. So yeah, other thoughts or questions? Yeah.
One observation, and I understand it. When we were looking at the illustration of Pastor Mark, and we're looking for what kind of power does he have, most of the comments were what I would call soft power. It's relational power, whatever. And it took a while to talk about positional power, institutional power.
Yeah.
And everybody on the call is a leader in some way, shape, or form, and many are pastors. And
Yes.
I think we forget that in the church, I forget the superintendent, right? Like, I'm like, well, I'm just Pam. And I forget the weight, right, that my words have. And I just want to say, I think that's just something important to be aware of, is that as soon as you're the pastor or the leader, you have power that you just may not recognize.
That's right. And I do want to protect our lunchtime, but is there any question anybody has before we break? Maybe just one, so we can protect that lunchtime.
I think people are hungry.
Let's eat. Pam, do you want to send us to lunch with anything?
Yeah, we're back at, is it At 12:45?
12:45.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Let me pray.
Wonderful.
Lord, as we head to lunch, some of us individually and some of us in groups at churches, I just pray that you would be helping us to process what we're hearing and to listen to your spirit, and bless this time of eating as well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right. Have a good break, everyone. See you at 12:45. And we let's see. So as we get going here, our next break is at 2. So all right, Katrina, are we good to go? Okay, are we recording?
Yes, we're good and we're recording.
right. You know what? Okay, perfect. All right. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. So in this segment, we're going to talk a little more directly about how we can help lead a community, a congregation, out of denial and myths into education. So we've mentioned that as a key priority for us as leaders. So a few more words about that, and then we'll dive into how do we think about creating a church that's a safe place for survivors. And so we're raised the issue of trauma and how that impacts many survivors, and leading into how do we care for and become more trauma informed as organizations in our care for survivors. All right. So again, our tool for thinking about effective prevention response in the community, let's talk about education. And then part of survivor care, one way to think of that is in terms of education, understanding survivors and what they experience, understanding trauma as a key part of education that shapes our pastoral care and commitments as a community to care for one another. So effective prevention and response requires us as leaders to lead some people in our communities out of denial, out of myths, and into more education on these areas. Of course, a local community that is in denial about abuse, that abuse is common, that it could happen and does happen, and you know, that it happens over there in those churches, or just thinks, well, abuse would never happen here in my church. It happens in those churches or in those families, but not my church or not my family, not my neighborhood. That sort of mentality, of course, gives a lot of room for those who abuse power to maneuver when it's something that is always seen as happening over there. So now that said, we have to be completely understanding for people. I'll never forget when I was a pastor, I read one day in a major US newspaper about a pastor in my own denomination. He was a worship pastor, and he was arrested and charged with multiple counts of child abuse. And news reporters talked to a woman in the congregation. This was her worship pastor who led worship in her church. And she said, look, it's just shocking. It's shocking because it is someone who I thought was good. And so when we talk about confronting denial or helping people in denial, a big part of that is meeting them where they are. And of course, it's shocking when it is someone you know, someone you thought you knew, and someone you care about who is revealed to have abused power. And so that dynamic of secrecy and deception means that, of course, this is where many people are when allegations or disclosures of abuse come to light. Of course, it's shocking. And so we can understand that as leaders. We can help people and assure them. At the same time, when there is a defiant sort of denial, well, I just know that person and I just don't ever believe they could do that. It's on us as leaders to understand that, yes, but to push back, in my view, and using the words of Jesus, that's exactly how it works in a church setting. It's not someone who is openly abusive, openly acting like a ferocious wolf, to use the words of Jesus. The dynamic is that double life that's being lived, a wolf in sheep's clothing. And so in almost all cases of abuse that we are helping churches navigate, that's the dynamic. It's someone in their community, someone who they thought they knew, someone they still care about. And it's a person everyone thought they would never do that. So we can't let that more pernicious type of denial keep us from doing what's right and moving forward, and at times pushing back on forms of denial that are harmful. So we have to work as church leaders to connect the words of Jesus to, again, this present world and the things that are, part of our modern experience and our current experience. In cases of abuse of power that we know of, we have to connect these issues and the words of Jesus and the priorities of Jesus to understand this, and to help people understand we're not calling them to a constant state of paranoia, but we're calling everyone to education and a proper vigilance. So pushing back against denial, pushing back against some myths, and there's no way to name all the myths. But as leaders, it's important for us to be aware of myths that may have impacted our church community. Attitudes like, well, in some churches, maybe, but not our church. Everyone here is lovely. Well, of course, everyone's lovely. and most people are not predatory, and they are genuinely kind and not just nice. So to have that mentality, to understand that, but to say that we do have to be vigilant here. That's an important step. To confront myths like that false reports of abuse are common. They're not common. They're actually the exception, not the rule. Many times church policies I read say we're protecting kids, but we're protecting from false allegations. And the mentality is that those are happening all the time. But that is actually a misunderstanding of the reality. Understanding abuse in terms of, well, if he or she had done this, this wouldn't have happened. Again, which is often something that ends up feeding into victim blaming, which we'll come back to in a moment. Or we hear from church leaders often, well, oh, that's terrible. I wish they had come forward sooner. Well, yes, but that's a very hurtful thing to say typically, because you're basically saying and not understanding how difficult it is for people to come forward, and just understanding more information about abuse and the dynamics. So we'll come back to that question as well. Or that victims just need to quickly forgive and move on, as if the wounds of abuse are not deep wounds. They are very deep wounds to our personhood. It's not a surface wound. We can't just quickly forgive and move on. That's not possible. So understanding some common misguided mentalities surrounding abuse as leaders, working against those is important. And bringing, of course, people into education. The safest community is an educated community. We need to educate all, from leaders to the most vulnerable. And as leaders, we have responsibility for this. So in educating kids, for younger kids, and for parents to get good books and read to their kids, and then in church, in Sunday school or kids worship, to have a few go-to books that we use to give safety talks and talk about our policy and the boundaries, so that the kids know we care very deeply of how you're treated here at our church. We also care how the older kids treat you. We care about how you treat each other and your peers. We care about how you treat younger kids, and so forth. So books like God Made All of Me by Justin and Lindsay Holcomb. Justin is on our board at Grace. I Said No by Zach and Kimberly King. And then one of my other favorites is Let's Talk About Body Boundaries, Consent, and Respect by Janine Sanders. Those are a few examples. There's many other great children's books in these areas. And it's important to think about those major points in books like that for younger kids. and then to use that to give a basic safety talk to youth in the youth group. That's also important. So just giving a simple 10-minute, 15-minute talk at the most, not trying to overwhelm them, but just talking about God's heart and what abuse of power can look like, that you have rules in place and expectations in your church of how the adults should be treating them, how they should treat their peers, how they should treat younger kids, and so forth. And then talking through that we're here to help you. If you, as a youth, are experiencing a boundary violation or something that makes you concerned or uncomfortable, or anyone is crossing and abusing power, that we are here to serve you and help you. And please, as soon as you can, talk to a friend and talk to an adult as quick as you can, get some support. We're going to do anything we can to help you. Just naming those realities and having that direct talk really does make a difference with kids and youth. And then educating adults is key. Many churches have some form of training, and often it's from their insurance company or a company they use to manage screening for their volunteers who work with kids. Everyone watches a video or something like that, and that can be fine and present some good information. What we really want churches and leaders to wrestle with especially is that, again, that limited amount of training for a limited group of volunteers for those who work with kids and youth, that doesn't address education for the whole community. So again, we want to take a community-based approach to prevention. And that means we have to work to overcome and anticipate barriers to educating others and having a training event for the whole community. So for leaders, sometimes we have to realize, okay, if we're going to have training for the whole community, we have to maybe wrestle through some barriers within our leadership team. Like, well, we want to be careful. We don't want to give the impression that abuse is a problem in our church. Okay, I understand that. But we do have to raise that this is a reality that Jesus calls us to proactively work on prevention and protecting others. So we can do that, and without scaring people that, and giving the impression that this is a really major problem in our church community that's happening all the time or something. Again, we can work through that, and we can positively call people and show people why we're working proactively on these areas. And then we can think about the individuals in your church community. I know people in my church, the people in your church, that some of them who don't work with kids are going to struggle coming to a training because they just don't see the connection. Why would I need to go? I don't work with the kids or the youth. I don't serve in the nursery. Why would I have to do a training? Or I don't even know anyone who's been abused. Why do I have to do the training? Certainly all of us know survivors of abuse, whether or not we know who they are. The sad reality is all of us know those who have abused power. Abuse is statistically common enough that almost certainly that is the case, that we know people who have abused power in various ways, and we know survivors of abuse of power. So, and then of course we have to be sensitive. If someone is, whether they're a survivor or not, if it's just overwhelming for them to come to a training where this is directly addressed, certainly we can be sensitive to that and understand. And many times when we train congregations, if a survivor says, well, I just can't come, I'm just not ready, and our answer is always, of course you don't have to come. You need to care for yourself. And at any point, you can take a break if you do decide to come, and we walk through those self-care techniques. Now, this leads into understanding a deeper mentality related to trauma and more education on trauma that would help us to care well for survivors in a way that accounts for trauma and what survivors experience. Now, I've already mentioned SAMHSA, which is, again, the US's our Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And they say, look, when we talk about trauma and becoming a trauma-informed organization, this is what we mean. And they use 4 R's to talk about this. So first, a program, organization, or system that is trauma-informed realizes the widespread impact of trauma, and understands potential paths for recovery. So we're going to talk about each of these 4 areas. Of course, we've already been talking about how common abuse is. Not all trauma is related to abuse, but when we expand the category of trauma beyond abuse, you can have trauma. Famously, we know soldiers can have trauma from their experiences. We know people in a terrible car accident or who go through a terrible earthquake can have trauma related to that. And of course, there are other examples. It's likely about half of people in the US will have some traumatic event. Again, not all abuse, but some traumatic event across their lifetime. So this is something that we can, as pastoral caregivers, account for in how we think about pastoral ministry and pastoral care beyond just abuse, but certainly abuse as well. So just recognizing that this is widespread and impacts many people in our congregations is a good starting point. It goes on to say, SAMHSA, we need to get better at recognizing the signs and symptoms of trauma in clients, families, staff, and others involved with the system. So in our church, can we recognize, and we'll come back to, and I'll give you some common signs of trauma in a moment. And then are we responding to trauma by fully integrating knowledge about trauma into policies and procedures and practices? So in our policies, in our practices, are we thinking about trauma-informed principles in how we care and do pastoral care? Are we thinking about trauma-informed principles? Are we helping the people in our church develop sensitivity to trauma in how we respond? For example, if a friend of ours discloses that they've never told anyone, but when they were a child, this was their experience in their home, and it was an experience of abuse of power. So we'll talk through that in this section. And then finally, are we as the church leading a community where we're understanding what might be re-traumatizing and causing further harm? And so we're going to begin actually with that and talk through how do we think about responding to survivors in such a way that resists re-traumatizing. And of course, that will be taking a posture of belief and support, not blame. And we'll talk through those issues here in a moment. But to me, that's just a wonderful summary. I am going to share the SAMHSA's summary document, Concept of Trauma and Guidance for a Trauma-Informed Approach, along with the slides with all of you, so you can use that document as well. It's just such a wonderful document that coheres and fits so well with our Christian faith priorities and commitments. So when we think about responding to survivors, understanding trauma, and resisting re-traumatization, the key to all of this, again, is God and developing empathy. We saw in Psalm 9 that God never ignores the cries of someone who is being hurt or someone who's being exploited. And for us, that is just so important to remember that this is something God embodies and calls us to embody as well. And certainly we saw this in the ministry of Jesus very powerfully to me when the young man in Luke 10 was seeking to justify himself, and the young man thought he was doing well, a loving neighbor, and he asked Jesus the question, and who is my neighbor? Jesus actually told this story about an assault, the story of the Good Samaritan, and how people responded to the man who was assaulted. And that, to me, is a profound statement by Jesus about what does it mean to love others and care for others and be a loving church community. And that when Jesus is asked about what does it mean to love neighbor and who is my neighbor, that Jesus tells this story about assault. And of course, we know the story that a religious person passes by and does not help. A religious leader passes by and does not help, but the Good Samaritan stops and binds up the man's wounds and takes him to a place where he can receive ongoing medical care, and says, in a very moving statement, take care of him, and whatever more you spend, I will repay you when I come back. Now, all of us have limitations and all churches have limitations, but certainly this is calling us to deep reflection and energy and using of resources to do all we can to help those who have been hurt. And so understanding survivors is really key to minimizing re-traumatization. Let's just walk through a few key questions. And now this will be a good chance for us to have some interaction. And I know it's after lunch, so we need to get the blood flowing a little bit. So if you can get ready to participate and engage on this question, I would really appreciate it. So there are many, many reasons why a survivor of abuse of power might not immediately come forward and talk about their story. Many, many legitimate reasons. So let's just name some of those, because as leaders, we have to help everyone in our community understand why someone wouldn't come forward. In fact, it's normal for disclosure to be delayed, or in fact, for some survivors to never come forward because they're just not ready to do so, and a variety of other reasons. So what are some of the reasons you think of thinking about survivors, and that survivors very often are not able to immediately come forward, if at all? What are some of the reasons why someone might not come forward?
In the chat, it's already saying trust, the fear of not being believed, shame, afraid of being blamed or shamed, embarrassment, won't be believed, fear, shame, protecting abuser because of their power. No one will believe me or they will think it's my fault, fear, shame, fear of rejection, confusion about what happened, reputation, and threats.
Wow.
Being manipulated to believe they were wrong to tell.
Yes. Yeah, and those are some of the main reasons. Well done. Absolutely. And so occasionally when I do have a leader who says something like, oh, I just wish you would come forward sooner, it's important for us to stop that and say, don't say that. And so here's one way that I think about that I've loved telling leaders about. And again, it gets to some of the things that were already said in the chat, but think about it in this way. We're talking about an abuse of power, where someone who holds power and trust over someone more vulnerable has violated them in a deeply painful and hurtful way. And now we're saying, oh, just come forward. What are we asking someone to do in that position? We're saying to a vulnerable person who's been hurt, it's okay, it's easy. You just make yourself vulnerable again to people in positions of power and trust, and risk getting hurt and being betrayed again. It's easy, just do it, just come forward. And when you say it like that, it begins to, of course, the leaders understand, oh, maybe I've missed something here. There's obviously something I'm not really understanding in terms of the experience of many survivors. So yes, many survivors, and here's the thing, many survivors experience shame and guilt. And I know survivors who are now adults, they were abused as children. They say, look, Mike, I'm an adult. I know what that adult did to me when I was a child is not my fault. Cognitively, I know it. But it still feels in my body like it was my fault. I feel shame and guilt. And that's exactly it for many survivors. It's one thing to know cognitively it was not your fault. You know, that person there was a power dynamic. They abused power against me, whether I was an adult or a child.
Mike,
it's not my fault. Yes.
We've had a couple more responses, but mostly in this vein. But the one that stuck out is, and using church power to compel someone to tell is also abusing power.
Yes. Yes. Again, we don't press for details if someone discloses and they're not ready to talk about details, and we don't corner someone to talk about their story if they're not ready to do so and come forward, for sure. Yeah. So understanding that is important to avoiding re-traumatization. Now, when we train in churches, very often we get this question, well, wait, are you saying, because advocates will say things like, we take a posture of belief towards victims, or we always believe victims, or it's important that we believe victims. And so what are we saying? Because sometimes the pushback is, but you said that false allegations are not common, but you didn't say they never happen. And that's right. I did not say they never happen. But they are, statistically, the minority of cases. And so, there are a range of studies that bring back some sort of range, like 92 to 98% of disclosures or allegations are true. When you look at rigorous research, and many child abuse studies bring back like 1 to 2% end up being false. And more, those who work in this field can identify that there are a few common patterns of false allegations. Again, still the vast minority of cases, but those who are investigators, CPS, and social services, they are better at identifying those because, again, we've had some rigorous research in this area. But when someone says we believe victims, or it's important that we take a posture of belief, that is such an important posture. Talking to trauma therapists, many will tell you, look, when someone discloses, it's a watershed moment often in their life. If they, on the one hand, receive skepticism or blame or minimizing, anything like that, it can be a significant setback and be re-traumatizing. On the other hand, on the other side of the watershed, if someone responds with care and support and just listens and says, thank you for telling me that, I am so sorry, that should not have happened to you, that can often be just a monumental moment, a moment of importance on a path of healing and overcoming. So it is very important that, yes, we take a posture of believing. A tool that I like to give leaders is, because often the pushback is, well, isn't someone innocent until proven guilty? You're saying we just assume they're guilty. No, I'm not saying that. What about due process? Okay, notice where those terms come from. I just use those phrases, due process and innocent until proven guilty. Where do those phrases apply? In a courtroom. They apply in a courtroom. In a courtroom, of course, there are rules to serve a process that is seeking to be fair in some sense. But here's the key point. A church is not a courtroom. A church is a community of vulnerable people. When you're having coffee with your friend and they disclose abuse, you're not in a courtroom. You're on an interpersonal level, listening to someone says, I was hurt, I was devastated. And what are we called to do as followers of Jesus in that moment? Of course, we're called to respond with belief. And we're not saying there's not a proper place for things like due process and rules regarding evidence, or things like innocent until proven guilty, other rules that would apply in a criminal courtroom, standards of evidence and so forth. You can believe in that and honor that, but in a personal conversation in a church community, yes, I believe strongly with all of my heart, we are called to help everyone in our community be prepared to respond to anyone who says, I'm hurting, I was hurt, with belief, with support, with listening. So we'll talk about some of those responses on a practical level here more in just a moment. But to me, that's the key distinction. You're not an investigator, you're not a judge, and you're not a jury in that moment. So when we say believe survivors, believe someone who discloses, that's what we're saying. It's in that interpersonal context, in a church community context, that we're called to take on this mentality. And that's what we're saying. We're not saying in a criminal courtroom that we set aside the US Constitution or something. Again, that's just not what we're talking about. All right, victim blaming. So let's do another conversation, and you can weigh in audibly or in the chat. What are some common forms of victim blaming, or questions or statements that might convey victim blaming, even if we don't intend it? Let's just talk through some examples, because that is very often a common path of re-traumatizing that survivors experience are in forms of victim blaming. So we want to be aware of that. We want to avoid that. So go ahead. If you want to weigh in audibly, go ahead. If you want to send something in the chat, go for it. What are some of the things that you think of when we think of victim blaming?
So far, the chat already says, why didn't you say no? Assuming the victim had some luring power, it was mutual. She shouldn't have been wearing that.
Exactly. Yeah. Good.
Sometimes blaming, if it's a child too, sometimes it's blaming of the parents. Where were the parents?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And certainly that's something we want to have great compassion for and avoid, not just with the victim, but the parents. Yeah, for sure. Many times parents are victimized in some sense as well. And certainly there are parents who have some level of culpability in that they're look the other way. That does happen. But in many cases, if not most, where it's an offender outside the family, parents have no idea. They've been deceived as well. They're a victim in some sense as well.
Somebody,
Yes, other
somebody
thoughts.
else added, are you sure that's happened that way? I'm sure he didn't mean it like that.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all the classic, what were you wearing? Why were you there? What were you doing when this happened? I would have done this. Why did you do that? What were you doing when this happened? Did you text them first? What did you say? Did you initiate a conversation? Did you fight back? Why not? Were you, all of those things. We just have to, in the moment, even if a thought like that enters our mind, we must be ready to not say it. And that can be certainly something that does a lot of damage and hurt. So just being aware of that. And again, it's on us as leaders to raise and help people understand forms of victim blaming. And we can do that. You all have a grasp of this. You all are very good at articulating this. So just make sure that that's how you do it. Of course, you have to do it carefully. How would you talk through this? How would you help your congregation in this area? That's a harder question, but of course, this is an area as leaders we can be aware of. And then more broadly, many times we experience church leaders who say, well, the victim, whether it's a teenager, a kid, an adult, they acted this way. And that just didn't seem credible to us that they were behaving in this way. And so their disclosure, we didn't really think was credible because they were acting in this way or that way. And many times leaders, again, it's often just a failure of empathy or the mentality of, I would have done this and they didn't do that, so I don't really take this seriously or believe them. And we must avoid this pitfall as leaders. What we know now about trauma is that victims of abuse and those experiencing trauma behave in a whole range of ways. And people like to talk about, well, it's a fight or flight response when we're scared or when there's some sort of threat. And yes, fight or flight, but that's reductionistic. It's not fight or flight. Freeze is very common. And so just because someone didn't fight back or say no or run away or attempt to do something, look, and it's not something we have control over. Your body just responds and freezes for many of us in a situation of fear, of threat. And that's a very common response. And no one is to blame for that type of response. And beyond freeze, fawning is common, where you're simply compliant because you're afraid if you are not, something worse even that is already happening could happen. And those are not the only four choices either. There are just a range of behaviors that are common for survivors to demonstrate. But many times the injury, like mental injury, depression, anxiety, some of the things a survivor is experiencing are used to discredit the survivor in the community. And very often we are able to tell leaders, no, that actually gives credibility. This shift in behavior in this child is actually a point that argues that something did happen. And the same with adults as well. So just being aware of that, helping everyone in the community understand that just because it doesn't make sense to us doesn't mean that that necessarily should be used at all to discredit a person.
Hey, Mike, in the
Yes.
chat room, someone said a lot of pronouns used here give the impression that the abuser is always male. Shouldn't we be aware that the abusers can be male and or female?
Yes, and that's a good point. Statistically, the vast majority of offenders are male. And that's probably something I could have clarified at the beginning. So I apologize for that, but a very good point. And a lot of the stories we've used, although not all, the one main scenario we used is making us aware that abuse is often same gender, not always. So, you know, opposite gender. So look, it is something that it's not that there are not female offenders. There are. The vast majority of offenders are male. And that makes sense when you think about the things that feed into abuse of power, like having power to begin with, having entitlement, and attitudes of entitlement that are often driving offending behavior. It's not that, you know, women who have power have never abused it. Of course, that has happened. And many males and females who have been victimized by a female are because of societal views and norms, very often are more reluctant to talk about the offending they experienced from a female. So there are female offenders, and many survivors of female offenders. It still stands though that the vast majority of offenders are male. So that's a good point though. Thank you. Now we've been using this word trauma, and I'm not a professional trauma therapist, but many in our organization are professionals in this area. And so I like to give sort of a layperson understanding of trauma that can help some of us. And some of you, I'm sure, already have some training or even professional knowledge of this area. I'm going to use an illustration from the Surgeon General of California, adapt an illustration from her, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, to help us just make the simple point about what trauma is on a lay level. Imagine yourself walking down a street and you come across past a building and down kind of a side street or an alley, you know, whether you're in a big city or a small town, just wherever you are, imagine. Imagine you come to that side street or alley, and all of a sudden around the corner, there is a big, large, threatening dog growling at you, baring its teeth, and the hair on the back of its neck standing up. Just start to think about what are some of the things that would begin to happen in your body physiologically in that situation. Okay, it's not a hypothetical. Let's go ahead. What would start to happen in your body in that situation, would you say?
Your heart's going to begin to pound.
Yes, your heart is going to start pounding. What else?
One says adrenaline, fear, fight or flight, adrenaline rush.
Yes. Very likely you might have adrenaline. You're going to have adrenaline released into your bloodstream. You might have other things like cortisol, stress hormone released, things like that. And your brain, let's say you were walking down the street thinking about, you know, your summer plans, vacation, or what you were going to get at the market on the way home. And so in your cognitive planning part of your brain, executive functioning, you were thinking about that. Are you going to be thinking about that at this moment once you see the dog? Almost certainly not. Your part of your brain that is going to be activated and blood is going to go to is the part of your brain that's in charge of keeping you safe and alive and responding to threats. So that part of your brain is going to be engaged, and a lot of your executive cognitive functioning, higher level functioning is not going to be as prominent. And that's all normal. And we have systems in our bodies that are designed to ramp up and keep us safe and meet threats like that. So you can make a quick decision and duck into a doorway or run or fight or something else. Yes. So God created us with bodily systems to keep us safe and respond to danger. God also created us with systems that are designed to calm us down after a threat and bring us back to a state of rest and of calm. And so we could focus and do something and do other things that are, more executive functioning, like planning or thinking ahead, that aren't just worried about the moment. So what happens with trauma is, though, that our brains are doing amazing things and our bodies are doing amazing things to protect us, the brain can get stuck in that stress response or that fear response. And our body can have those stress hormones or adrenaline coursing through our veins, even if there's not a threat, because of how we're having a hard time regulating and calming down and getting back to a kind of a more of a baseline rest where we're calm. And so trauma can disrupt those regulatory processes. And so you can have a child in math class taking a math test, and there's no threat, but because of the trauma, if it's triggered, they have adrenaline in their system and stress hormones, and they're thinking there's a threat. And by the way, if a child that's the case, are they going to do very well on that math test? Of course not. They're not. Someone at work who has to focus on a specific task, if they're triggered, if they're in that stress response, if that breaks in out of the blue and is triggered, they're not going to be able to focus very well on their work at that moment. And it might take a while. And so those stress hormones can actually remain in a survivor's system. And again, it's not just abuse survivors, it's anyone can have trauma from other sources. You can have those stress hormones or adrenaline. If it's triggered, you can have that terror of that past breaking unexpectedly into the present. So just being aware of that is important. And so being aware of certain common symptoms of trauma is an important reality. And especially for those of us who are in charge of pastoral care, and recognizing that, hey, maybe there's an opportunity here for a specific type of support, and maybe also knowing our limits, referral to help someone gain access to some trauma-informed mental health care. So nightmares, common symptoms of trauma would include things like nightmares and sleep trouble, including bedwetting in children who have outgrown it, fear or terror, like having flashbacks or panic attacks, or fear of a specific person or situation, something that's triggering fear in a specific situation, sharp changes in behavior. Depression and anxiety very commonly are linked to trauma, higher rates in those who've experienced trauma, acting out sexually, behavior problems like defiance, or hyperactivity. And by the way, none of that's intended to be judgmental. A child who's defiant because their body is telling them that's a threat, I'm not trying to give any kind of judgment in that situation. They're often just responding the only way they know how, because their body is telling them, I have to fight right now. I have to fight right now to keep myself safe. And then, of course, self-harm is often connected to trauma, cutting, eating disorders, and suicide. And sometimes there are little to no outward symptoms of trauma. Everyone's different. Everyone's experience is different. It is the case that the majority of abuse survivors are symptomatic at some point in their life, but not always. And I've talked to survivors who've told me, like, I don't have depression. Is something wrong with me? No, I'm glad you don't have depression. That's really good. But also don't be hard on yourself if it doesn't manifest until later in life. And that's okay. Just be aware of that. So just being aware of these. And of course, none of this is conclusive that it's definitely connected to abuse, or you can have depression and anxiety from other causes. And all of us, we're complicated. So being aware of this, it might is helpful. And again, I just think when I was a pastor, people would often reach out to say, Mike, I want to talk about something hard. Can I come talk to you? And the answer is, of course, yes. But let's say someone drops by my office. A guy says, Mike, I want to talk. Okay, come on over. And he sits down in my office and says, well, I'm having a problem with my spine. Now, what would I do in that situation? I would not clear off my desk and say, all right, man, get up here and let me dig in there and kind of see if I can tell what's going on. Believe it or not, my seminary did not prepare me to give chiropractic, exams or understand the spine. And so we must, as pastoral caregivers, whether we're clergy or lay leaders, whatever our role is, we help support people, but we also have to know our limits. We have to recognize our limits. And a really important practice for churches and for us as leaders is to seek out, where are the trauma-informed professional resources in my community? What's here? What's available? How can I facilitate people who have trauma symptoms access that care, that mental health care that is trauma informed? And so it's never all or nothing. It's never, we only do counseling in the church. Look, I can't counsel. I'm not trained to responsibly help someone with their panic attacks, because there's physiological issues, there's medical issues involved that I am not trained for. It's not responsible for me. What I can do is support someone in the midst of that experience, and in a trauma-informed way, which we'll talk about in a moment. So it's a both and. We want to place a high priority on knowing our trauma-informed resources. And sometimes it's a matter of, we don't have many practitioners in the area. Sometimes it's expensive and a person can't pay for it. Can we help with that? So issues of access in a variety of ways. Hopefully we as a church are sensitive to that and can help with that. A very well-known book that I'm sure some of you have heard of is a book called The Body Keeps the Score, and it's on trauma, by Bessel van der Kolk. And he says this in the book: social support is a biological necessity, not an option. And this reality should be the backbone of all prevention and treatment. Now, here's what we can do in the church. Many of us are not professional trauma practitioners. However, in the church, can we be a community of support? Absolutely, we can. And that is essential. So Grace is not telling you today, just point people to trauma-informed therapists and send them on their way and you're done. No, it's both and. We are social beings. That's how we're made. And it's a biological necessity. That's how God made us. We need each other. We need community. And so every human, not just survivors of abuse, every human, our nervous systems as social beings are seeking safety and connection constantly, especially survivors, because of how abuse has disrupted safety and disrupted connection. So even a one-on-one, calm, non-judgmental support, just sitting with someone and chatting and being there in a non-judgmental way can actually, we know from research, actually can help a person's nervous system begin to regulate. So though we value trauma-informed professionals, we don't underestimate the power that we have as a caring individual and as caring communities to sit with a survivor in a way that is incredibly beneficial and helping them in powerful ways. And the document I've mentioned more than once now from SAMHSA, that again, I'm going to be sending to you, talks about trauma-informed principles. And some of the main trauma-informed principles, number one, we've already mentioned, which is safety. Just being aware of these will help our pastoral care practices. And it's not just these things are not just helpful for survivors, they're helpful for any human and should shape how we care for one another in every way. So the reality of trauma-informed principles, of course, is directly connected to how abuse or trauma disrupts and harms. So that's one way to think of it. In abuse, safety is assaulted and disrupted. And so we have to make that our priority as we interact with a survivor. It's, you know, whether we know, and many survivors you'll interact with, you'll never know they are a survivor. They will not tell you that. So making safety a priority in how we interact with others is important. So we recognize the power we hold. Now, I told you I'm 6'8". I am very sensitive to how close I stand to people. And it's, you know, I don't give hugs. If someone doesn't make it very obvious, they would appreciate that. And if I'm in any doubt, I ask. And I'm just very aware, because I'm big, how close I'm standing to people. I do not want to get in the way of them experiencing and having a sense of physical safety. And so for any survivor in our ministry, if we do know they are a survivor, a question we can ask: is there anything we can do to help you feel safe in our space, in our church? Is there anything practically we can do for that? Is there anything that's triggering to you especially? And maybe they experienced abuse in their home connected to in their Christian home growing up. Okay, well, there might be some spiritual triggers there that we could help avoid. And then safety is not just physical. Safety is also spiritual and emotional and psychological. So we want to work on being a Christian church community where it is safe for a survivor to articulate their struggle with spirituality because of their abuse. It's okay for them to talk about doubting God or wrestling with God or wrestling with spiritual questions or practices. It's safe to articulate that here. You can articulate that here and not be judged, because this is not just a physically safe space for you. We want it to be spiritually safe. So if you are, if you are struggling, you can articulate that. We're not going to judge you. Dignity. So of course, abuse is a direct assault on someone's dignity, basic human dignity. So for us to recognize in our role as leaders, we can text or email someone or reach out and say, I was thinking about you. How are you doing? Realize what that can convey in terms of the value that someone holds. You are important. You matter. I'm checking on you because you matter. Can we sit and talk? Would you like to do that? Because you matter. And affirming someone's value and dignity and worth, not just with words, but in practical ways, by making time for them or other ways, that is so vital, because abuse, again, is a direct assault on that. Agency is important. We're made as agents by God to live our lives, to make decisions. And it's unhealthy environments that are controlling very often that are taking away agency. And then certainly in abuse, there isn't a direct attack on the will of another to render them powerless. And so to promote agency and a healthy retaking of agency in the survivor's life. So many survivors come to Grace and say, what should I do? Should I leave my church? Should I do this? And our role is not to say, wow, that sounds terrible. You should do that. That's not helpful. They need to decide how they're going to respond in ways that prioritize their health and their mental health. Now, we will validate, we will encourage, we will support, but we will never put ourselves, and healthy pastors never put themselves in a place of telling a survivor what decision they should make with their own life. We can give wisdom, we can give support, but we should very much be trying to encourage and empower them to take agency in their life. So if a survivor says, "I'm sorry, Pastor, I'm struggling, and I'm struggling getting to church and feeling safe. Is it okay if I have to miss Sundays occasionally for my mental health?" And the pastor, a trauma-informed pastor, will say, "Of course, you have to prioritize your health and your mental health. And if that's what you need to do for your safety, if that's the decision you need to make to prioritize your own safety as you heal and recover, that's a wonderful thing. And God understands very well, and I understand very well. And that's a great decision. So we can encourage and support in a way that helps them take back that agency. And then, of course, trust is violated in a deep way in abuse. So for us as pastors and leaders to prioritize trustworthiness, I've noticed in many unhealthy church cultures and environments, there is an emphasis by leaders on trust us. You need to trust us. And I know you were betrayed in the past, but you need to trust us now, because we didn't betray you, and you just need to get over that and trust us. Leaders that heavily focus on a message of just trust us, again, to me, that's often a symptom that is unhealthy. There's an unhealthy environment there. Godly, healthy leaders shouldn't need to say, trust us. They should, by their actions and words, be establishing a ground record that they are worthy of trust. And you don't have to say it, because everyone knows it. We are trustworthy. We are here for you. Our actions match our words, and we are not going to betray you. So that's something that we have to, telling survivors, you just need to get over that. You just need to trust people. I know you were hurt, but you need to move forward, and you can't live your life without trusting anybody. Again, that's just typically not the type of mentality or talk that is helpful. Basic responses. I believe you. I'm so sorry. This was not your fault. If they're wrestling with that question, especially, that shouldn't have happened to you. Thank you for telling me that. Just a basic posture of support. You don't have to be perfect. No survivor expects you to be perfect. You just have to show, I really do genuinely care. And Paul's famous words, weep with those who weep. So harmful responses, again, we've covered these already, but these are here in the slides just for good measure. It's just critical to focus on staying calm and listening. It's critical in that moment to not try to fix it or give spiritual platitudes or a sermon or a Bible verse. It's okay. Just sitting with them, sitting with a person, giving them space to talk and tell what they want to tell, and taking a posture of support, and just very few words of support, and just being there, sitting with them in that hard moment is important. I did ask a trauma therapist once, and I'll never forget her words. I said, just on a practical level, what can someone do for a survivor in that moment of disclosure? And she said, look, one of the most important things you can do is just sit and make sure they have space to express whatever emotions, strong emotions often they're feeling, whether it's anger or confusion or grief or betrayal, whatever it is. If you just make space and validate those strong emotions, that's incredibly helpful and healthy. When we push and down and suppress emotions, especially strong emotions, and hold them in our body, it will harm us. Like, it will. The healthier practice is to process through and work through those emotions. And for us to make space and simply validate that, to me, it's directly connected to that verse from Paul, weep with those who weep, or so many Psalms of lament. That's what laments are very often connected to. It's, here is an expression of pain, and we're going to process through our pain together as individuals and as a community. The most common form of psalm, by far, when you categorize psalms, are psalms of lament. And many of them are connected to contexts of oppression and exploitation. And so God understands that we need to express confusion and grief and anger, even directed at God. And God never says, how dare you say that about me? How dare you doubt me? God says, of course you feel that way. And God encourages us to express that. That's why we have so many Psalms of lament. And of course, the message and example of Jesus and the whole good news of the incarnation is that God does not leave us on our own, but God enters into our world, enters into our pain and suffering, and comes to be with us and help us. And that's something certainly we can embody with survivors. So here's a couple summary slides. At this point in the afternoon, I'm not going to read every word, but one more important caveat, and that we maybe haven't said directly, is, we've said we don't press for details about the abuse. It's often not important that they articulate the exact details. Many trauma therapists now know this. To help the trauma, you don't necessarily even need to talk through certain key details. And certainly as pastors or church leaders, pressing for details. Now, if they want to share details, that's fine, but we don't press for details. And certainly we do not urge them to meet with their abuser out of some Christian sense of, well, you have to meet and reconcile. You have to meet and tell them you forgive them. That is very often re-traumatizing. And many Christians say, well, but Matthew 18 says, in another part of Matthew 18 that we didn't talk about earlier, that if you have an issue of sin or conflict with your brother or sister, you go to them directly. And it says there, right there in the Bible, that's how you handle it. Okay, I understand that verse, but in our view, that verse is not giving direction for how we respond to abuse. That verse, or those verses, are talking about a situation of more interpersonal sin or conflict amongst Christian brothers or sisters. And it envisions where those brothers or sisters have relative equal power. That's what Jesus is talking about. And when I was a pastor, I would love that issues like that could be resolved and there could be reconciliation. But it's just not talking about crimes, egregious abuses of power, or power differentials. And I'll illustrate it to you. Jesus never said, if a wolf violates a lamb, step one, send the lamb back to the wolf. That's ridiculous. We all know that's incredibly hurtful and harmful, and that is irresponsible. In fact, Jesus said the opposite in John 10. He said, you don't let that wolf get anywhere near those vulnerable sheep. And so we have to account for the whole teaching in a more nuanced view from the whole Bible. So again, in our view, that verse in Matthew 18 about go to your brother or sister is not about abuse of power. It's not about more egregious sins like crimes. It's very important that we don't utilize that because many who do abuse power love to use that verse to control and continue to maintain power over someone who is powerless or more vulnerable. So in summary, we believe victims. We take practical steps to establish safety. We create space for strong emotions. We don't judge people for struggling with coping behaviors. look, I don't want a teenager to abuse alcohol, but I'm not going to focus on their alcohol abuse if I have a chance to minister to them, because I know the root of what led to that. I'm going to praise them that you survived. You survived. And that's amazing. It's incredible. And I'm here to support you. And of course you're struggling and trying to simply survive with certain coping mechanisms. So we have to be aware of that and not stigmatize coping mechanisms. We want to encourage agency and protect the privacy of survivors. And that's, again, to trustworthiness. If someone opens up about their story, you don't just tell the whole leadership group without getting their permission before you talk about that. Well, I just wanted all of our leaders to pray for you, so I told them. Well, ask their permission and see if they are ready for that to be shared with a broader group. Give them agency over that. That's important. All right, questions about care for survivors, how we relate that to trauma. Anything, especially, anything, of course, questions you want to share at this point, or thoughts, please. And then certainly any questions, feel free.
I wanted to actually add something.
Mhm.
When people are abused, especially when it's repeated abuse, they kind of become accustomed to their boundaries being pushed. And so they have formed, like the habit of minimizing their own experience.
Mhm.
So sometimes when people will share what has happened to them, they will, maybe share it and then just try to minimize it and change the subject.
Mhm.
So I do, like, everything you're saying is correct with, like making the space for them to share. But
Yeah.
also, like, if they have shared, sometimes they need encouragement to not
Yeah.
rush past that and to
That's
like
right.
allow themselves to feel in that moment.
Yes. Very wise. Amen. And a way people rush past it, there's actually a term now people use a lot, more and more, called spiritual bypassing, where you're not sitting in and working through like the strong emotions we talked about, but you're using a spiritual idea because it's uncomfortable to kind of quickly move past it. That can be something that we do or the survivor does, but you're absolutely dead on with that. It makes me think of a very powerful story that Bessel van der Kolk tells in his book, The Body Keeps the Score. And he says, look, he told a survivor that, this was not your fault. And the survivor said, yeah, of course I know, but I'm telling you that it still feels like my fault. And when you tell me it's not my fault, that just makes me feel even more alone, because it makes me think you will never understand what it's like to know that it's not my fault, but to have it still feel like it's not my fault. So even when we correct, a survivor on something like that, we have to just be so careful and recognize that it's not just about correct thinking. And the comment that was just made that was so profound, that's absolutely the case very often. I think most often I've seen that with survivors or victims in the midst of intimate partner violence. Because in an intimate partner violence, let's say it's an abusive husband abusing a wife, and the abusive husband has created a whole reality. And in his reality that she lives in, he is entitled to be treated a certain way. He determines everything. He controls everything. And he minimizes and excuses his abusive behavior. Many victims in that setting, when they first start to talk about it, they don't even talk about or think of what they're experiencing as abuse. And if someone calls it that, they immediately react and say, no, that's not, my husband's not an abuser. I'm just talking about how this is, we're struggling in our marriage, or, you know, that, you know, this is an area where we're working on, or we need to work on. Many survivors in that reality shaped by the abuser, full of cognitive distortions, essentially, they will argue with you. You know, they will argue with you that what they've experienced is abuse, and they'll downplay it. And today's training is not focusing on the details of like intimate partner violence. And so we're limited in our ability to go into those details. But certainly, and like the comment that was just made, it's not only true in intimate partner violence. Certainly, it's the case for any type of abuse of power where there's that distortion and twisting of reality by the abuser. And many are impacted by that. So I appreciate that comment very much. Thanks. Something else someone wants to add, or?
Mike,
Yeah.
somebody asked in the chat window, is the approach different with marital abuse or rape? I think you just discussed briefly that. Is there anything else you want to add there? And then there's a couple more comments in the chat.
So, right. With any kind of you know, there's certain major distinctions we can make and issues of response. We can make some distinctions with children and with adults, and then within various types of abuse. Because every situation is unique in some sense, and yet there are patterns and things that have to be accounted for in any type of abuse of power. We're going to focus on, in the next segment, when we talk about response, the primary issues being issues of safety and accountability and so forth. Certainly though, child abuse, we would take a very strong stance that the first thing you do with any evidence or disclosure of child abuse or reasonable suspicion is that it's reported to the appropriate agency outside of the church. That's not the case with intimate partner violence. You know, the victim for intimate partner violence is when it's an adult, certainly. You don't immediately report. That could put her in greater danger. You work on a safety plan, and you work on empowering her and being an emotional anchor and support. And then, you know, with other forms of adult abuse, there are difficult questions about response. And we've had these cases where there's an assault. It's an adult who's a victim. They went on a date. They were assaulted on the date. What do we do when that information comes to us as church leaders? Well, that's an allegation of a crime. And yet, if the adult who experienced that is not willing to report it to law enforcement, then what do we do? And that's a hard situation to navigate. I think it has to be said, again, in that situation, we must remember as leaders, we are not a courtroom. We are a community of full of vulnerable people. And so trauma-informed principles mean we have to assess safety if we have that information. We can't wait for an adult victim to report it themselves to law enforcement before we act on issues of safety. And we have a tension very often between an individual victim and what they need and what we would view as the needs of the whole community. And those are in tension very often. Let's say if the adult victim is not wanting to report it to law enforcement and seek any kind of external accountability, because let's face it, very often our systems are not trauma informed and not easy for a victim to navigate. And so it's quite understandable that someone wouldn't want to subject themselves to that. So we'll come back to issues of response, and we'll give some basic guidance. But in many cases, churches need to have ahead of time, hopefully, some experts they can reach out to and get help with certain cases. You're just not going to expect, it's not a realistic expectation that you are going to be able to have, even after an in-depth training, all of the knowledge you need to address every situation. That's just not realistic. So yeah, a few thoughts, but we'll come back to that issue also. All right, we are at our next break, which is 2. So let's take our 10-minute break. So I've just set my timer for 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes. This is our last segment. Well done, you made it. And I know this is a lot to take in again. So we are wrong button there. There we go. Okay. So now in our last segment, we're going to talk about thinking about offenders and certainly response issues. So we're going to walk through some ideas about offender tactics. We are going to walk through some general things, but in a specific scenario that we use to talk about grooming directed at children. How do we think about recognizing concerning behavior related to that? But we will try to go beyond that in terms of some of the information and takeaways we have for tactics that go beyond just child offenders, because of course, those are things we have to account for in the church, is not simply child offenders, but others as well. And then we'll talk about reporting issues, a few things related to policy in a more detail than we've mentioned so far. But because of some of the constraints on our schedule today, and you just can't say everything on these issues that are complex. I'm going to have some things in the slides that you'll be able to reference that we won't have time to go through in detail today, but that are important in regard to policy. Okay, and as I said, we will carve out time at the end, certainly for more reflection. And yeah, if we can mute, if you're not on mute, please. Thanks. Okay. And then we will carve out time for some processing together as a group, and certainly any questions we'll try to help with. Although certainly there's so many hard questions in this area, and certainly I do not view our organization as the ones with all the answers. Certainly we have learned a lot over the years. Okay. So when we think about offenders, it shouldn't come as any surprise at this stage in our training today that Dr. Anna Salter would say something like this: most offenders will deliberately establish themselves as the kind of person who wouldn't do that kind of thing. And this, to me, is very much the sentiment that Jesus was getting at when he talked about a wolf in sheep's clothing, that double life, that intentional cultivation of a perception within the church community. The cases of abuse of power we have seen over and over again, and whether it's a clergy sexual abuse offender who's offended against adults, child offenders, or whether it's intimate partner violence happening at home behind closed doors, and then there is a perception of that person or family on Sunday morning that everyone thinks, of course, they're a wonderful Christian family. We would never think anything like that was happening behind closed doors. And other forms of abuse of power as well. You can make the same sort of distinction or idea related to how someone in that deliberate tactic is cultivating a certain perception of themselves, that they would never do that kind of thing. Without going into detail, for those of you who are interested in connecting the Bible directly to issues of abuse or offenders in particular, there is a psalm where the whole topic of the psalm, Psalm 10, is about those who are predatory in a very calculated and callous way. And throughout that psalm, there's a major theme that this is a person acting with pride and arrogance and entitlement. And a second major theme is that the person is saying, no one will stop me, no one will hold me accountable. And the psalm actually closes with prayers for accountability. And that's a real focus and theme of the psalm, is that is what's needed. There needs to be accountability for those who prey upon others, for those who abuse power. And that is actually something that's critical for leaders to grasp. We do not lead with grace and forgiveness when someone is caught abusing power, or we believe someone has abused power, but we take a different posture. All right. We didn't have time to go through that in detail, but I did want to mention it. Now, we're going to talk about grooming tactics and one other major grouping of tactics called DARVO here in a moment. But grooming is a word probably most of us have heard, if not all of us. So when we use grooming with regard to child offenders, here is a more detailed definition from Jim Clemente, who worked at the FBI for many years, and some of that time specifically on child sexual abuse. He's actually a survivor, has talked about his story publicly of child sexual abuse. And he says, look, the grooming process is typically aimed at the intended child victims and those who are responsible for their well-being, as well as the community that they operate in. So let's just stop for a second. Notice what he said. It's not just directed at the victim. So we've said this before, and again, that's what Jesus was getting at, that it's directed, this double life, this calculated deception and manipulation is not just directed at a targeted victim, but at parents and caregivers, and certainly at the whole community in which they operate. And this is certainly true of many cases of abuse in a church setting. This is the dynamic at work. He goes on to say, grooming is a constellation of otherwise innocent appearing behavior that is intended to give them ongoing access to children for sexual purposes, as well as preventing discovery by others. So notice he uses the word constellation of otherwise innocent appearing behavior. Let's break that down for just a moment. It's not just one thing. It's a variety of tactics. It's a multitude of behaviors. And many times it is just what he says here, innocent appearing behavior. If you Google any list of grooming behaviors, things like giving gifts and spending time with kids and things of that nature, a lot of those lists you can say, well, yeah, okay, I can see how that could be used by someone to manipulate and gain access to kids. But also that just sounds like grandma who loves kids and is not a predator. And that's what Jim Clemente is getting at here. The distinguishing feature of grooming behavior is not the behavior itself. It's why the behavior is being used. Offenders use it as a very deliberate, calculated tactic to gain access, to test for weaknesses, to look for opportunities, and to keep people silent once the offending has begun. And so that's really what is going on very often. And so the distinguishing key feature of grooming and recognizing it is not the behavior itself often, but it's how it's being used. And that's very difficult, because it is very difficult in one moment in time with one example of a certain behavior to know what someone's intentions are and to put it in a broader context or a pattern. And that's why concerning behavior must be documented, and we must develop a culture that if someone is concerned about safety in any regard, or if there's a policy violation, that we document it. With that practice, we are more easily able to recognize someone who is testing for weaknesses, testing for vulnerabilities, looking for opportunities. Someone who is not respectful of the boundaries we've set in our community, or personal boundaries that have been set by an individual or a family. And to me, that is a helpful shorthand, easy way to think about grooming. Grooming is testing. It's testing boundaries for vulnerabilities, testing for opportunities, testing for information that can be used. And it's often progressive. Touch is progressive. It starts with innocent touch, a high five, a pat on the back, and it goes further to test. How does the person react? How do they respond? How do their parents respond when I do this in front of them? How do other people respond when I do this in the youth group meeting, or outside of it in the foyer, or wherever we are gathered as a community? Progressively taking touch further, developing trust, and developing and testing for an opportunity for further isolation often is another common tactic. So grooming is testing. And that means there are not simply a list of behaviors that these are grooming and these are not. That's not how it works. The tactics are malleable, they're flexible, they're contextual to the situation. So we have to go deeper if we're going to get better at recognizing concerning behavior. And very often the question then is raised, well, does that mean we just need to treat everybody with suspicion and we just need to be paranoid at church all the time? And the answer to that is an emphatic no. So there is a very clear difference to us from a mentality of paranoia and a mentality that is properly vigilant. And I'll just give you a story as an example. I'll never forget a pastor reached out to me at some point and said, Mike, can I talk to you about something? I'm concerned. I said, yes, of course. What's going on? He said, after I give my sermon, I go in front of the pulpit, I give a blessing, a benediction, and I dismiss the congregation. Some young kids in the church have started running up to me after the service and giving me hugs. And I'm concerned about that. And I said, okay, why are you concerned? And he said, well, you know. And I said, no, I don't know. I'm not concerned about that at all. Why am I not concerned? Because the kids were initiating the contact. They welcomed it. It was also fully transparent to other adults. So I'm not concerned about it in the slightest. Paranoia says, don't touch kids, don't talk to kids, don't hug kids ever. That's not helpful. That's paranoia. Now, I told the pastor, look, if you were going up to kids to give them hugs and they didn't want the hugs, then I would be concerned. If you kept hugging them when they didn't want to be hugged, I would be very concerned that you are not respecting those boundaries. And if you were taking kids to your office away from everyone else so that the touch in that power differential was not accountable, then I would be concerned. But I'm not concerned about what you described. So paranoia says, don't touch kids, don't talk to kids, don't hug kids ever. That's not healthy or helpful. Children need healthy touch that they welcome within boundaries to have healthy development. It's good to have that physical affection within those boundaries. So that's the difference. Do you see the difference between paranoia and a proper vigilance? Within clear boundaries, of course, we don't have to be suspicious all the time because we've agreed to the boundaries. We're taking abuse seriously. We've named what abuse is. We have policies. And within those policies and boundaries, we are establishing a track record of trust with everyone in the community, such that when someone is testing boundaries or disregarding them or violating our policy, that should stand out all the more. That's what we need to be, so that's the difference to me. All right, now we do want to teach some of these grooming tactics to our congregations. And so we're going to walk through a scenario now where we practice this. And this is something we would do with a congregation as well. So I'm going to read through a story. It's not an actual story, but the mother in this story successfully protects her kid from the abuse. This is a composite story from some stories that we know of. And some of the techniques we know are used at times by certain types of offenders. So this is about an offender who focuses on younger children. So we're going to walk through, and I just want to give a couple of caveats before we dive in. I'm going to read this story to you, and you're going to listen carefully, and I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to do very well at noticing some things that are very concerning. And you're going to do so well at this. I just want to say, we need to be very careful in thinking that this type of a story fully prepares us to recognize concerning behavior or grooming behavior. The reason is, where are we right now, for one? We're in a training on abuse prevention. So of course, we're all thinking of this right now. That's not how real life works, though. We're not typically thinking of this every moment, and that's not really healthy. Second of all, I'm going to read this whole story at once, and you're going to get the whole picture at once. But that's not really how life works. You're only in life usually getting one little snippet, one moment at a time. And then thirdly, you don't know these people in the story. These are fictional people. In real life, it's usually involving people you know and have a connection to and a relationship with and a history with. So it's not as straightforward or simple in real life. But with those caveats, I really do think this is a helpful scenario to walk through and have conversation around. Okay, so let me go ahead and read through this story, and then we will, and I'm just gonna come out of share screen and read the story, and then we'll come back to the PowerPoint here in a moment. All right, so this is going to be a story read through the eyes of a mother in the story, and her name is Christina. All right, so here's the story. Christina writes, we had just moved to a new area, and in fairly short order, we found a new church that felt right. At a church event, a church elder named Will introduced himself and welcomed us. Will was very personable and nice and funny, and he and his wife, Jeannie, invited us to a small group at their house. He knelt down and gave our 4-year-old son, Josh, a fist bump and asked him how he liked his new preschool. He would often make a point to talk to our son, giving him high fives and fist bumps, asking him questions about how things were going. He often reminded our son, "Don't forget, Jesus loves Josh, this we know, for the Bible tells us so." We started attending the small group at their house and met some great families our age. At a picnic, a church picnic, at a park with a playground, Will told us and some friends that he would take a turn watching the kids, including his grandson he had brought, so we could get some time to talk. We were all right there anyway, so I didn't make anything of it at the time. In the next few weeks, Will continued to focus a lot of attention on our son. After small group, he would let our son pick out a small stuffed toy from his collection or borrow a book about tractors in a back room. I never felt comfortable with him being alone with Will, so I always went with them. One day, Will asked about setting up a play date for our son to come over and spend time with his grandson. He loves spending time with Josh. They seem to really get along. Something held me back and I politely declined. Will said, maybe some other time soon. Jeannie was thinking about maybe next week. I'll actually be out of town. And then he kept bringing it up a few more times, but I always came up with a reason to say no. Later that fall, my mom was in the hospital for a couple of weeks, and I spent a lot of time going back and forth to the hospital. One day during that time, Will dropped by with his grandson to deliver a meal Jeannie had made for us. He asked how we were holding up and told us how they prayed for us at the small group we had to miss. He also asked if we needed anything else. Then he said, I thought perhaps I could walk the boys down the street to the park and watch them for a bit, so you can get some rest or get some work done without him under your feet. Again, I declined. He persisted and said, are you sure? It's no trouble. One of the privileges of being part of a small group family is that we get to be the hands and feet of Jesus and to carry each other's burdens. Again, I said no, even though I admit I felt guilty. That night, I decided to talk to my husband. I told him that my gut was telling me that something was wrong here. Will is trying very hard to have time with our son, and something about this just doesn't seem right. We didn't have any evidence to report him or do anything drastic, but we agreed that it was concerning that I felt guilty and conflicted about saying no. We also weren't sure who we could talk to at the church about Will. He had been there forever and everyone loved him. We weren't sure how another leader would respond if we raised a concern. We were new to the church. Also, what could we say? Will is nice to our son and tried to set up a time for him to play with his grandson. What would they do? What could they do? We agreed that we at least would be very cautious anytime we were around Will at church or small group or anywhere. I said, I just believe that there is more going on here, even though I'm not sure what. A few weeks later, Will asked my husband if he could come over and help him install a new appliance. My husband loves helping with projects like this, so he said yes. Will also mentioned his grandson would be there and feel free to bring Josh and Jeannie would watch them. The morning he was supposed to go there without Josh, Jeannie called and said, don't come. She was very upset, but she didn't explain anything. A few days later, we learned that Will had been arrested for possessing and distributing child abuse images and videos, commonly called child pornography. He ended up serving some time in prison, and he also had to register as a known sex offender. Now that's the end of the scenario, but I just want to quote an actual mom who wrote about a similar experience she had and shared it publicly so people could learn from it. And she said this, what does a mother do with all of this? What can a parent take away from an encounter like ours? How can we use it for good instead of being eaten alive by anger or fear? All right, so there's a lot in that story. And let's just walk through a few basic questions together. And the first question is, how did Will appear to members of the community? So I'm going to share my screen again. So how did Will appear to members of the community? So if you want to audibly weigh in or put something in the chat, go for it.
Chat already says personable, kind, friendly, interested in what's happening in people's lives, upstanding, eager to help. He appeared kind and willing to help / serve others.
Yes. And he appeared like a grandfather, and and just a kind church person, a church leader, spiritual person, all of those things. Very good. Now, at the same time, with the whole context, which again, you often just don't have in real life, we can look at this whole story and all at once know, wow, he was very calculating. He was very persistent. And in fact, he was predatory. So here's a second important question. What did Will use to gain access to her son? What were some of the techniques he used? What stood out to you in that regard?
His own grandson.
Yeah, that was a key part of it, right? I mean, in many churches, even where we know everybody and everybody, you know, there's a high level of trust. Not many men go up to families with young kids and say, I want to spend time with your son and spend time with your kid directly. Very often that's not going to be something that is you know, accepted or is not viewed as some kind of weird or suspicious in some way. So clearly Will was using the grandson to sort of deflect and make sure that he wasn't trying to spend time with their son. He was just trying to facilitate the son spending time with his grandson. Yeah, good. What else?
The chat also says small group meetings, kindness, the fifth bumps, gifts, grandson, even the opportunity to care for, you know, looking like they're caring when the elderly parent was in the hospital.
Right. Yeah. And again, what is Mike teaching you today? If someone asks to help you in some way, they're probably a predator. Is that what you're taking away from today's training? No, of course not. Mike is not teaching you that. Most of the time, someone who is trying to help you is simply trying to help you, and they're a genuine person. However, offenders, knowing this, use this as a tactic. And so just to be aware of it, and not presume everyone's a predator. Again, that's not true and that's not healthy. But to notice, and we'll come to the kind of the takeaways of what are the more subtle things we can look for very often that do make a difference. We'll get to in a moment. Okay, any other thoughts on that in terms of some of the things that Will was doing to try to gain access to this child?
Few people in this chat have also mentioned that he was developing this whole small group relationship. So there was the whole community trust.
Yeah, and that's a more intimate type of relationship in a church setting typically, and access in a home, which is a higher risk, more isolated areas. And certainly there's the spiritual component of that, right? He is a spiritual leader, and by cultivating that perception as he just is a good spiritual leader in the church and in the small group, that he would never do anything like hurt a child. So yeah, all of that is deliberate, typically a tactic that's being cultivated. So using the trust that we have in church, the trust that comes from leading prayer and leading Bible study and leading small group, all of those things, talking about spirituality, all of those things. And he was building trust. He was trying to be helpful, and then he changed tactics because it wasn't working. And so he also tried, well, you come to my house and help me. Help me install this appliance, and see, we all just care for one another. And so he was changing tactics. So again, if you see sort of again, do you see how that's related to this idea of testing? It's just about what works, what might further this, what might help him have more access, and certainly in a more isolated area or where the parents aren't directly caring and providing supervision, that sort of thing.
Somebody else asks that says the big issue seems to be the persistence.
Yeah, and that can be something. Now, many offenders are very clever, and they're not going to be this persistent and this obvious, but especially reading the whole story, we get a real sense of that, right? Okay, now here's the real takeaway, and this is really what recognizing grooming behavior gets to, and a lot of prevention work it hinges And here's the simple question. What defenses served Christina well in protecting her child in this situation? What are some of the things that you think you saw happening that really can make the difference, that we can take away from this and we can help everyone understand in our church communities? So what were the things that really served her well protecting her child in this situation?
The chat is blowing up with she trusted her gut and so used caution,
Yeah,
mother's
and
intuition.
one second, Katrina,
Manual.
I'm sorry. Let's do one at a time.
Gotcha.
So let's slow down for just a second because these are so important. So let's start with that first one. That is such an important point. Her intuition, her gut. She thought, hey, this does not seem right. She did not have all the information. She didn't know for sure what was happening at first, and that's typical. But she knew just something doesn't feel right about this, and she listened to her gut. Now, all of us have intuition, and when we have a sense that something's not right, it is important that we listen to that gut feeling. Good. Okay, let's do another one.
No, actually, that's what I was saying is that everybody
yeah.
was blowing it up with her gut. She
Yeah,
trusted
yeah.
her gut. And she communicated well with her husband who believed her.
And that's critical. Reaching out to someone who you trust, that you can process through. This is not, early on, there's nothing to report. We'll talk about reporting later. Again, this is, the things that concern her are not leading to an obvious reporting situation. So what do? You talk to someone, you process, you say, I have concerns. What are they? What can we do about this? You talk and you make a plan. That's so critical. That's a really critical second area. And then a third area would be they took action. They took action before they fully knew what was going on. They said, well, given what we know and given our current concern, we're going to do this. We're going to be especially vigilant in regard to this and that, and here's how we're going to approach it. They talked through talking to church leaders, but because they just came to the church, they didn't do that yet. Now, what we would want, ideally, is that we have a church community where we're building a culture and we're vocal enough and have policies that everyone's aware of, such that there is a real proactive encouragement to bring any question or concern, certainly. So, but regardless of that, they made a plan and they took actions that were protective before they fully knew what was happening and whether their concerns were confirmed or validated. Good. What else?
Also in the chat, that she took note, she observed that he was always seeking out time with her son.
And he was pushing for more isolation away from her. And so she was especially vigilant with respect to isolation. He wanted to go give a book or a toy in a back room. And she just was like, well, I'll go with you. And it's easy. And, instead of having him be alone with her 4-year-old son just around the corner, she brought more transparency to the situation. She was very focused on vigilance with respect to isolation. And that's a really good boundary for any church to say, hey, at our church, unless it's your own child, you're not to be alone with a child, especially in an isolated area. In our church, we have just a boundary for our community, for everyone, that unless you're with your own child, that you're not alone with a child, and certainly not in an isolated area. That's a very simple thing. It helps raise the overall level of safety for everyone. And then lastly, notice that she had boundaries about her surrounding her son. And Will was trying to test those boundaries and even push past those boundaries. And she said no. I don't know how many times she said no to him, but she noticed that I set a boundary and he tried to push past my boundary. I said no, and he didn't respect that. the key is when we set a boundary, either as a community, as a family, or as an individual, and we name the boundary and we ask for someone to respect it. When someone does not respect it, they're sending about the clearest message they can that they're not a safe person.
Mm.
Now, are there occasions where someone doesn't grow up with good boundaries and we can teach them boundaries and then they get it and they're better at respecting the boundaries? Yes. And it doesn't necessarily mean they're a predator. But those who abuse power, again, as a tactic, are on a very calculated level seeking to push past the boundaries and test boundaries, to look for vulnerabilities and opportunities and gain information that they can use. So when you set a boundary, especially related to a situation of safety, a vulnerable person, anything along those lines, isolation, touch, and it's not respected, you're getting a very clear message that likely that is not a safe person. So trust yourself, trust your gut, get others who can help you. So again, do offenders use toys and gifts and touch and videos? Yes, but so do grandmas and so do grandpas who care about kids and love kids and would never hurt a kid. So again, the key is not necessarily the details of the behavior, it's how it's being used. All right, any further thoughts? So those are, to me, the key things we want to take away in turn, and that can be applied to other types of abuses of power. Listening to our gut, taking action, even if we don't have all of the details. We rarely do in this world. That's not how life works. Talking with someone we trust, making a plan, being vigilant with respect to boundaries and certainly isolation, and noticing when someone doesn't respect the boundary, whether it's a personal boundary we've set, a family boundary, or a church community boundary. Any other thoughts?
May I speak?
Please.
Yeah, I wonder, so the person that you described in the story is a strong person, a person who has very clear boundaries, like you said, and kept them, and even when pushed back, she kept them. A strong person, perceptive, not necessarily forming a problem because she really only had her gut feeling and what the little things that were happening, which alerted her. But I wonder that sometimes not everybody in our churches are that mature, are that perceptive, and even sometimes they don't even have the backbone, perhaps, to, well, he's maybe not really doing this. And also being part of a church, in a way, there's a sense of other people are vetting for this person, and maybe I'm wrong about it. I wonder whether, I don't know, this is a difficult thing without getting into not so much discernment, but rather suspicion. But the idea of having protectors, people who are kind of like on alert to things like that, who it would have to be a mature situation in the church where you have stronger people helping, for a lack of a better word, weaker. That's not a good word, but that's what I mean. Could you comment on that, please?
Sure. No, it's a very perceptive point. And I think that's why, yes, we want to give these types of educational tools and skills, work on these skills, and empower everyone in the community. Because not every parent's going to see and can see what's happening, and maybe others can. And so it's not just about a personal family boundary, it's a boundary we set as a community. And maybe someone else in the community is perceptive and sees it, or is strong enough to say something or do something that makes a difference. So well said. Yes, absolutely. And our role as leaders is to facilitate this type of education and empowerment, knowing that, yes, many parents are not going to be able to do this on their own. And so we're all in process, and we can all grow in these areas. So yes, absolutely. All right, let's name one other major form of tactic that is so vital for you as leaders to be aware of. It's also important, I think, for congregations to have some education on this as well. It's a simple tactic. Dr. Jennifer Fried, who I mentioned at the beginning of the training, who developed in her research the language of institutional courage and institutional betrayal. She studied those who have abused power within organizations. And she noticed, and she asked a simple question: when someone raised a question of concern or accountability or an allegation against a person in power about abuse of power, how did the person in power who is alleged to have abused power respond? And she said there's a common set of responses from people who abuse power within organizations. And it's again, a variety of tactics. It's not any one tactic, but she expresses it with the acronym DARVO. And DARVO stands for deny, attack, reverse the victim, and the offender. So DARVO is how many offenders seek to deflect accountability. So denial: I never said that. I don't know where you're getting this. That's not what happened. You know, you're ridiculous. Why would you believe that person? You're getting upset about nothing. It wasn't what you think. It's no big deal. Some form of denial, minimizing it, flat out denying it, excusing it, some form or fashion. Attack: put them on the defensive. You just like being in charge. You're trying to take control of this. I'm not going to allow you to gossip like this. If this is going to be a problem for you, then you need to think about whether you are going to stay on staff at this church. You know, a direct attack to put them on the defensive. And then reverse the victim and the offender. Well, leaders always have people who target them for criticism and abuse. Well, do leaders face criticism at times, sometimes unfairly? Yes, of course. But what is often happening in these tactics, whether it's denial or attack or playing the victim, the goal of the offender is to disrupt the process of accountability or assessing accountability. They want to put you on the defensive and dismiss it and deflect any attempt to assess what might be appropriate in terms of accountability. And Dr. Fried says, look, I have bad news, but I also have good news. The bad news is when offenders who abuse power use DARVO, it is very effective. It is very effective at shutting down accountability and processes where accountability is assessed. That's the bad news. The good news is when we have some basic education about this tactic, and organizations have some basic education and examples of these tactics, DARVO loses a lot of its power. Now, notice I'm not saying if someone denies it, you know they're guilty or you assume they're guilty. That's not the point at all. You don't let the denial, though, interrupt a process of following through, of assessing accountability if they're and what's appropriate. You don't let the offender claiming to be the victim stop a process where accountability is assessed. Does that make sense? And just having some examples, I've written a few here. You can revisit those. You can Google more. DARVO is becoming a more common term people use, like grooming, and it's a very important tactic for us to be aware of. In many cases, if you have an allegation or disclosure of abuse, you have tactics of DARVO, it actually adds more credibility if you know what you're listening to and know how to make sense of it. Again, that doesn't mean you presume again someone's guilty. You continue to follow through proper protocols and assessment. Now, I kind of badmouthed a little bit lists of concerns earlier. I do like to give them. and some of the common tactics that are used by abusive people. So for children and for adults, it is things we've already mentioned very often that are important to notice and be aware of. So isolation and touch and special gifts or focused attention, sexual language, jokes and stories, concerning things related to photographs and commenting on photographs and joking, marry me, because a child is in a photograph, and they comment on social media. Secrecy, especially around gifts or alcohol or money being given, things like that. And then common offender distortions. Very often offenders use a pretense for abusing children, like, well, I was educating them about this thing. I was teaching them about hygiene. I was treating them medically, or I was helping them in the restroom, that sort of thing. So just knowing that those can be a common pretense for abuse and a cover, it means we don't jump to conclusions, but we don't immediately dismiss if someone has a ready explanation. Many offenders will have a ready explanation that's meant to deflect suspicion. So this information is here, and the same for clergy tactics against adults. Similar tactics are used. It's using spirituality and their authority and intimacy and care and weaponizing those things. Similarly, testing for vulnerabilities, trying to move things to a more isolated area, or taking advantage of circumstances where someone is more vulnerable, like they're grieving or they need counseling, they're having a hard time. So it's a similar approach with clergy abuse tactics. And it must be said to everyone in any formal position in a church, if you have any formal position and your church has set standards and boundaries in place and policies, you hold power and you have the ability to, as the person with greater power, the ability to uphold those boundaries. Many clergy over the years have said, well, this person initiated sexual contact. What am I to do? Well, you hold power and you can make sure that those appropriate boundaries are upheld and respected. And you have the power to ensure that that happens because of your position and the power you hold. We're going to have to skip a little bit ahead because of our time, and I want to make sure we get to issues of further response. But there is some more information here about policy and important policy boundaries and main policy elements that I would encourage all of you to look at. And especially, we've talked about this issue of making sure there's a clear mechanism to speak up regarding concerns or policy violations. But let's move ahead and close out our time with just some basics on reporting and response issues that we haven't covered already. I want every leader to have this framework. We want every adult in our church to have clarity on what they would do if it's a reporting situation, a reporting of child abuse, or if there's some form of adult abuse. What do I do? My first step would be, if it's an adult, I would talk to someone in our church leadership if it relates to abuse with an adult in our church community. But beyond that, if there's a policy violation in our church or any other concern about safety, you want every adult to have the empowerment to know who they would talk to. Now, in certain churches, that's going to be a specific team or leadership, designated people in leadership. Very often, we're helping churches develop a safety team or a safeguarding team of men and women, such that everyone is very much encouraged. Hey, these designated people are here to receive any concerns and any information related to policy violations. They're also going to help facilitate our response if there is any abuse of power or allegation related to abuse of power. Very quickly on child abuse. Now, in New York State, not every adult is a mandated reporter, meaning you have a legal obligation to report child abuse. Professionals who work with kids very often are, and that's the case in New York, teachers and social workers and so forth. Clergy are mandated reporters, and in Virginia, where I am as well. But the reality is, as Christians, our legal obligation is just one type of obligation we have, and it's not, in my view, the most important. The most important obligation we have is that we have an ethical obligation or a moral obligation to speak up for kids who cannot speak for themselves. So churches must report child abuse outside the system, and in cases of emergency where we think the child could be actually in danger in this moment, you simply call 911 so that the safety of the child can be checked upon and any medical attention that's needed can be given. If that's not the case, of course, New York State has a child abuse hotline. Pennsylvania also has one as well. And then certainly, in our view, it's also worthwhile to go ahead and reach out to local law enforcement. Agencies are supposed to communicate well, but that doesn't always happen. So at the very least, though, calling this intake line that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is important. And then after a report, and these are not just important steps for child abuse. I want to hear broaden and say, if church leaders gain any information related to potential abuse of power, whether against a child or an adult. So for a child, after it's been reported, you then would look at these main areas of priority. Let's assess safety. And again, to me, this must not be one individual. It must be a team effort. If we have a safety team or we have a leadership group, we have to share responsibility because this is hard. We have to account for different, different areas within our church community, and having people working together, helping each other. But number one, the highest priority is always safety. Are there safety issues right now? Is there anything we can do to raise the level of safety or address a safety issue that we see? Number two, and so just as an example, if you have, if this is the way it happens, you see the texts between the adult and the child, the teen who is a minor, and you see the sexualized texts, you report that. There is going to be, you're going to, as soon as possible, without interfering with any investigation, a drawing of a line of accountability for that person. If they have a role officially with youth, as soon as we're able to, without tipping them off, and with that, we would ask the investigator, hopefully they would help us assess that. We would draw a line of accountability because we've seen the text. We don't have to wait for a trial or anything, or whether they're even going to be charged. We've seen the concern already. And certainly in many cases of disclosure, we don't need hard evidence. We might go ahead and draw a line of accountability. And it's not fair for us to take on the role of investigator or judge or jury. But we are going to ask, given what we know, and given that the vast majority of disclosures are true, given the seriousness of the allegation, what lines of accountability can already be drawn until at least we know more or we have further information. And then third, we can initiate some form of care for survivors. So if someone discloses, if it's a child, we want to try to connect their family to, if there's a child advocacy center in the area, or if not, if there are any therapists or counselors that have expertise in trauma in our local area, we want to try to make those connections if at all possible. And then of course, we'll have a policy. We want a policy that outlines good steps for follow through to care well for survivors. And they're going to focus on those trauma-informed principles where we're prioritizing safety, agency, respecting their privacy, and so forth, and just seeking to take a posture of support in any way we can. And then we are going to likely need help from other support organizations or resources. So we might have questions, and we can reach out to a child advocacy center. We can reach out to Grace. We can reach out to a trauma-informed therapist. We can reach out to the investigator and say, you know, we have this information, and we also have a question. We didn't want to say anything until, you know, we had your okay to do that if you're investigating this individual. We didn't want to do anything that would get in the way of your investigation. So we might have questions regarding any number of issues. And so having a good practice, and even in your policy saying, we're going to reach out and get support for our questions as we seek to navigate a difficult situation. We do not inform the family if the alleged offender is in the family or in the household, or if that person is unknown when we report child abuse. We want law enforcement or social services, depending on what the case may be, to make that first contact if the offender is within the home or within the family. We do not want to make that first contact that a report has been made. It can get in the way of an investigation. As a church, we can fully cooperate with an investigation. We might have further information. Well, that individual is connected to these other families or these other children in the class or the small group or whatever the case may be. We do have to assess that there could be other victims in many cases. And again, our focus is on the vulnerable, not the institution or what this means for our church. And then if something is investigated and comes back as unfounded or unsubstantiated, those are typically technical terms that simply mean that the standard to charge someone was not reached. In a criminal court, the standard typically to charge someone is that you think you can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a very high standard. So you may have someone investigated and not charged, and there is some evidence of wrongdoing. You might already have it as a church, but they may not be charged. And it's important for churches to know that when that comes back as unfounded or unsubstantiated, that often does not equate to exonerated or innocent. That's just not what it means. There may be further assessment that's needed, and very often churches would need to reach out to an organization or individuals with more experience to help them navigate that process. All right, Pam, if people have questions on child abuse reporting, I'm glad to do it. I do want to say a few words on adult abuse response in just a moment beyond what we've said. But if you want to share about denominational policies, you were going to share with the group a little bit at this point.
Yeah, just a few things. So first, before I forget, there's been a chat in the chat window. There's been questions of whether or not in New York clergy are mandated reporters, and right now, actually, they're not. But there is a bill on the floor.
Okay, I had that wrong. Forgive me. Yeah.
Having said that, I agree with Mike that so when people have asked me, are we mandated reporters? I've said legally no, morally yes. Okay, so that's in my mind, that's, you know, we don't protect people who are injuring children, right? We just don't. There is a policy coming that churches can use from Free Methodist USA that the denomination's working with Grace to update policy. I was hoping to have it by now, but it's not done yet. And they're actually doing it at our request. So just wanted to let you know that's coming your way. And at annual conference, we will have a workshop by Counselor Greg Harp on being freed up from shame and trauma. And so anybody's invited. That's on Friday of annual conference. One other thing that I think is just good for us to know is we are egalitarian in theology. And so in the Free Methodist denomination, we believe that God has given equal power to men and women. And so in some places, in some theological circles, you'll find, people are talking like men have the God-given power, and that is not our theological stance. And I think that's just an important thing as we talk about all of this. If you discover abuse or you have abuse allegations, call the conference office like immediately, because this is a lot to process, right? There is the legal, there is their insurance, there is the pastoral care, there is the boundaries, and we've got resources across the conference. And so if you loop us in, and we can immediately start walking with you, so the burden does not fall on you. And I just, that's just want you to know that. Also, if you have a concern, one of those gut checks like the mom had, or, whatever, and in particular, if you have a concern that has to do with a pastor or a staff person, then I would also encourage you to reach out beyond your system, right? So reach out to me, a field superintendent, whoever, somebody in your conference community group, because sometimes it just helps to have somebody to bounce that off that is outside of your system. And we are happy to have those conversations. We're trying to create a healthy culture, not just at our local church, but at the conference as well. And so that's part of what we're hoping to see. And if you feel you weren't heard, try again with somebody else, right? That's just one of those places, because sometimes people think they hear, or they don't take it seriously or whatever. So try again with somebody else. And then in the whole context of a posture of belief, we had somebody in the chat room say, but what happens if it isn't a real situation? If we're talking about, for example, a situation where we have an allegation of child abuse, we want to remove that person immediately. Okay, whether that's a pastor, whether that's a worker, and just to say, hey, we're going to remove you, and then we're going to take time to just see what's going on. And that, with pastors, we can offer somebody else coming in preaching. We can offer an immediate sabbatical. There's just a lot of ways we can do this, that if for some reason this really isn't right, it's okay. Like, we can still do it. But there's no reason that somebody should stay in the place they're in right away. In fact, if you go back to Darvo, sometimes when you tell somebody you're going to remove them for a period of time, you'll see all kinds of things come out that don't fit with this nice person that you thought they were. And that's just helpful in the process. So anyway, if in any of these things, if you're going, oh my goodness, how do we do this? Again, get involved with the conference office, because we can walk alongside you in those things. And if we need to step in and remove somebody, we can. So just wanted you to know all of that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And that's what it takes. It takes everyone working together. It takes denominational leaders, it takes local church leaders, it takes congregations as a whole being more tuned into these issues. Absolutely. And just a few more words on adult abuse response. So I mentioned earlier that advocates will say that you need to respect the agency of an adult who has experienced something like an assault or other types of abuse of power that would be a crime. It is important to respect their agency in making that report. I wholeheartedly agree with that. If someone, when I was a pastor, is in my church and they're experiencing assault, if they're experiencing intimate partner violence, anything that's a crime, ultimately, they have to choose personally whether they report that. My role as a pastor is that I'm going to try to support them in any way I can and give them agency. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to take other action. The other action I'm going to take is based on those trauma-informed principles. I'm going to prioritize safety. If I have word that someone assaulted someone in my church, we are going to assess safety. And we're going to work with that victim and everyone else on a safety plan for that individual and for the church. We are going to work, if it's intimate partner violence, I'm going to try to connect that person to those who have experiencing helping victims of intimate partner violence make a safety plan. And I'm going to try to connect them to other local resources, legal resources, financial resources, and otherwise that will help them if they are ready to seek a way out of that violence. And we are going to have a very high standard of accountability for anyone in our church that is accused of, or that we have reason to think that there's intimate partner violence. We're going to require a high level of accountability. We're going to focus on safety, and we're going to be very careful if there is any allegation of violence or abuse of power. And we're going to be very proactive in assessing safety and accountability issues. So of course I can't make an adult report the crime committed against them to the police, and I would never try to force someone to do that. But I'm still going to be incredibly proactive, and we are going to work together as a leadership group. We're going to reach out to others, our denominational leaders, like Pam said, to other advocacy groups who can help us. If you don't know where the intimate partner violence resources are in your community, reach out to the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Just Google it, you'll find it right away. Talk to someone there who can help you find some local resources. There's a National Sexual Assault Hotline. You can connect victims to support resources there that are confidential. They can talk to someone without reporting it to the police. They can talk to someone confidentially and get support and get connected to trauma-informed resources. Stalking is more common than most people realize. There are good stalking resources in our country. There's an organization called safehorizon.org. So if you go there, you can find, and that'll be in the slides, all of those numbers and the stalking resource website from Safe Horizon. And then, just like Pam said, the reality is you often have to ask someone to step aside for a time. And that's right. And you often have to reach for help outside of the organization. Everything we've said today about grooming means we as individuals and as a church are often in the worst position possible to objectively evaluate and assess the situation because of how grooming works. And again, that's not just with child offenders, that's with clergy offenders and other types of offenders as well. So we need to have those resources and reach out for help and work together. But the key always is to focus on those trauma-informed principles, safety, and empowering others, giving survivors agency, and working together to assess what the next right thing is to do. All right, we're at time, so I want to give everyone permission to go, but the last thing I need to say is just my brief sermon, again, on self-care. There is so much we've worked through today, and so much of this is very heavy. Please just devote some time in the next, hopefully hours and even few days, to some deliberate self-care. So I know Netflix is always pushing that murder documentary, and I get it. I want to know who did it too. I'm a sucker for it, but probably tonight's not the night for the murder documentary. Something light, something refreshing, something beautiful. Connect with loved ones, take a walk, get out in the sunshine. All of those things. God's beauty really is an antidote to the weightiness of these hard realities. So take some time to process through what you've heard. Take some time off from it also. And know that to come away with a lot of important things from a training like this, we're going to have to continue to process through and do a lot of self-care. So it's not on you. You're not alone. We're together in your church, in your setting. And thank you all for making time for an in-depth training like this. It's really wonderful to see your genuine care and concern and your priority in this area and all the amazing things you're already doing. God be with you all. And Pam, if it's okay, I'll close in prayer and then we'll dismiss everyone. And if you want to stay and ask questions, I'm glad to stay for a bit and answer questions.
And I'll stay as well. So if people want to talk to me.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. God, thank you for this time with my brothers and sisters. We need your help. Help us as we seek to wrestle through these hard issues, as we seek to protect the vulnerable, as we seek to hold others accountable for use of power and misuse of power. Jesus, be with us, give us your spirit, and help us, we pray. Amen. Thank you so much.
Mike, thank you very much. It was very helpful. Really appreciate it. So.
Absolutely.